Hello, everybody. My name is Michiko. I'm from Asian Development Bank headquarters. I've come from the department called the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department. And this year, for us, it's been very, very busy, and also the sort of like special year when UN organization just did the Food Systems Summit, followed by the COP26. So there was a lot of discussion about this externalities of this growth and how do we recover from COVID-19. And everybody talked about the green recovery, sustainable recovery from very different angles. And like this morning also, I'm just set my foot into the private sectors and talking the similar kind of the discussion to talk about exactly the same things, to talk about from the private sector's investment in Asia. So everybody's looking for great, bright sort of ideas in how do we build back better. And especially when we talk about this GHG emission net zero goal, and then this policy discussion about a green recovery becomes very, very important agenda. Yet there are not many specific discussion about policy, sort of the do this, do that in a specific country context. So I have a very high hope for today's discussion. In fact, we got a lot to gain from you. So let's start with the keynote speech by Professor Edward Barbier. The policy changes of green recovery, rural transformation of Asia Pacific emerging and developing economies in a post-COVID world is the exact topic that of our interest. Let me briefly introduce Professor Barbier. Professor Barbier is a university distinguished professor in the Department of Economics, Colorado State University, and also a senior scholar in the School of Global Environmental Sustainability. I think everybody knows Edward in this area of the work, but he's the main area of the research interest is environmental resource economics, international environmental policy, and he's been consulting with so many international organizations, and I have a very large number of peer-reviewed journal articles, book chapters, and books published. And I think that the special book was mentioned here, I think is very special. I haven't read it yet, but the water paradox, overcoming the global crisis in water management sounds very relevant and interesting. So let me give you the floor to Edward. Edward, would you like to start?
Thank you, Dr. Katagami. I really appreciate it. Let me just share my screen. I should be available to everyone. So my topic for this keynote address is the policy challenges of green rural transformation for Asia Pacific emerging and developing economies in a post-COVID world. So I think let's start with some definitions, and let's talk a little bit by what I mean by green rural transformation. So for many of you, because you work in development, you're familiar with rural transformation. That's generally used to define a process of structural change and economic diversification that reduces a country's reliance on agriculture and other primary product industries. And of course, rural transformation is an important objective of many developing countries, and particularly those in Asia and Pacific. So when I'm talking about a green rural transformation, we are implying that we want to make this process less environmentally damaging, and in particular, reducing dependency on fossil fuels and carbon emissions. Hence, it fits very nicely with the introduction that Dr. Katagami mentioned about the interest in a green transition. So the focus of my talk today is how do we do this in Asia and Pacific? So there's some key questions here. The first is green rural transformation possible for Asia Pacific emerging and developing countries, given the financial and economic constraints caused by the ongoing pandemic and, of course, the even slower recovery from it? And if so, what are the cost-effective and innovative policies that countries in the region can begin implementing to initiate green rural transformation. So my talk today and the paper based on this talk focus on these two questions. So in the time I have for this keynote address, I want to do a few things. First, I want to remind everyone of the key structural features of the emerging and developing economies in this region. There's 37 of them. And I want to particularly focus on those structural features that are relevant to the key objectives of rural transformation and poverty alleviation. I also want to do a little bit of an overview of COVID-19 recovery so far in the Asia Pacific, and particularly look at the extent to which some of these policies are green. How much of the recovery that's been occurring, the policies that have been put in place in the last year or two, how much of it is green? And then I want to go on to saying, okay, if we want to move on to a post-pandemic green structural transformation in Asia Pacific, how do we do that? And there's some important, two important things. First, what are the criteria for selecting policies? And secondly, I identify, based on those criteria, 3 possible win-win policy strategies. So that's what I want to do in the minutes I have with you today. So let's start with key structural characteristics. So many of these 37 emerging development economies in Asia Pacific remain highly dependent on primary products for exports, GDP, and employment. Agriculture value added and natural resource rents together account for at least 1/4 of GDP on average across these countries. And primary products is more than 50% of total exports. Nearly 60% of the population is still in rural areas, and rural population growth is continuing at around 1% per year on average across the 37 countries. All these activities that occur in these 37 countries are accompanied by significant land use change, especially for the tropical countries within this group of emerging and developing economies. Also, water use and productivity are still tied mainly to agriculture. And then finally, what we see in this region is that carbon emissions per capita are highly correlated with income per capita. And what that suggests to me is that development is occurring and real transformation is occurring, but decarbonizing that process is yet to occur. So let's pick up on some key trends, and then I want to show you some statistics and correlations to support these trends. Poverty is still high in these 37 countries. Around 1 in 5 people still live in poverty. The share is larger in poor compared to upper middle income countries. The poor are increasingly rural, dependent on agriculture, and predominantly young. Poverty is correlated with agriculture and resource dependency of economies. Now, the good news is that before the pandemic, up to 2019, there has been significant rural transformation and poverty alleviation occurring in Asia Pacific. But this progress has not been particularly green. So let me pick up on the rural transformation first. Basically, if you look at the 2010 average in GDP per capita and compare it to agriculture value added as a share of GDP over the same period, you see that generally you see this negative correlation. And that would suggest countries, as they are getting richer, are reducing their dependency on agriculture. So that's one sign of rural transformation taking place. The other is poverty alleviation. As countries have gotten richer, again, there has been a reduction on the average with poverty across the countries. However, at the same time, as countries have been getting richer in the regions, the richer countries have higher levels of carbon emissions per capita. So again, this suggests that as countries have been developing, yes, there's been rural transformation, yes, there's been poverty alleviation, as income per capita has gone up among this group of 37 emerging developing countries, but so has carbon emissions. And of course, you can see that more clearly in the trends. This is the orange line in between is all countries, all the emerging and developing economies. And you can see that lower middle income and upper middle income countries have been raising their per capita carbon emissions over time. But what's really interesting is, of course, the gap is large. Upper middle income countries produce 4 times the per capita carbon emissions as low and lower middle income countries. And what that suggests is that as the poorer countries start to develop and transform their economies, if they emulate those of the upper middle income countries and do it in the same way, then they're going to produce more emissions per capita. And then you can compare the various regions that make up the Asia Pacific, Central Asia, East Asia and Pacific, and South Asia. And you can see again, in all regions, you're seeing rises per capita emissions. And in Central Asia, you already start with extremely high emissions. And that's, of course, many of the economies in Central Asia are major fossil fuel producers and exporters. Also, we're seeing that as countries are, those countries that are still dependent, a lot of their water use for agriculture, they also have low water productivity. So what we see is that the countries that are using most of their water for agriculture, they're getting less GDP per capita out of their water, which suggests that water use is not only not efficient, but it's actually not leading to a greater bang for the buck, if you like, or buck for the bang, probably more accurate. And then now, in the case of the subgroup of tropical developing countries, you can see land use changes have been quite significant in recent decades. So in the group of 24 tropical Asia Pacific emerging developing economies, we've seen a loss of 14% of their natural forests, and meanwhile, rapid expansion, 10% expansion of their agricultural land. So there's been considerable land use change going on, and it's continuing in these tropical emerging developing countries in the region, and it's loss of forest at the expense of agriculture is the main trend. So again, this is another suggestion that the process of development, if there's been rural transformation and poverty alleviation, it's led to, at least in tropical countries, extensive land use change of this type. And of course, we see as well that there's a negative correlation between agriculture and natural resource shares of GDP and how much net savings, adjusted net savings that goes on in countries. Now, by adjusted net savings, what we mean is savings net savings, net national savings, net also of natural capital depreciation. So this is savings that also takes into account that you're running down your basic natural resource assets. So and so the savings that's left over to invest in human capital and physical capital is much lower if you have a lower rate of adjusted net national savings. And what we see is those economies in the region that are most dependent on agriculture and natural resource exploitation in terms of their GDP, then they have actually the lowest rates of adjusted net national savings, which suggests that they're not reinvesting the rents or their exploitation, the proceeds from exploiting natural resources and agriculture back sufficiently, saving enough and investing it back in human and physical capital. Okay, so those are the trends, and it reinforces what I said. Structural transformation, structural transformation is occurring, rural transformation is occurring. It's also, there's been poverty alleviation before the pandemic, but both processes are more brown than green. When you're looking at fossil fuel use, carbon use, natural capital use, land use change, water use. The environmental part of it is been a trade-off with the rural transformation and poverty alleviation. So what about the pandemic? Well, there's three impacts of the pandemic that are relevant here. First of all, as we all know, GDP growth contracted in 2020 for the first time in 6 decades in the region. And consistently, the IMF, World Bank, UN has revised downwards the projections of growth for this year and possibly even for 2022. So the recovery, so the pandemic was a huge economic shock, and the recovery has been slow, and it looks like that slow recovery is going to persist for the region. Poverty also is not good news. During the pandemic, estimates are that as much as 75 to 80 million more people in Asia Pacific region have been pushed into extreme poverty. So whereas before the pandemic, we had that trend of reducing poverty, the pandemic has unfortunately thrown more people back into poverty. And then the other third dimension is debt. And clearly what we've seen, because of the health and economic crises and the need for more public expenditure during the pandemic, we're seeing rising public debt. Estimates suggest that 4 of the poorest Asia Pacific economies are at high risk from debt distress, and another 7 countries face moderate or some risk. And then almost all emerging developing economies have had to increase public debt in general. So there's been at least stress and possibly risk from this to these economies. So I want to now talk about the pandemic spending. So how much has all countries, many countries in the world have increased recovery spending to try and jumpstart their economy. And that's true for some of the countries, not all of them, in the Asia Pacific region that are emerging and developing countries. So how many, and also the other interesting question we want to know is how much of this recovery, total recovery spending during the pandemic, how much of it has been green? And it turns out that only 5 countries really have spent significantly on recovery spending, what could be classified as recovery spending during the pandemic. And the amount that they spend on green recovery is really small. So for these 5 countries, less than 10% of total recovery has been spent on green recovery, and green recovery as a fraction of GDP is less than 0.4%. And in fact, these figures are a little bit misleading as an average, because what we see is that Bangladesh has spent the largest percentage of its total recovery on green recovery, but the number is really small, both in terms of magnitude and its share of GDP. In case of total recovery, China has spent more than any other Asia Pacific country, and it has spent some on green recovery, but it's around 12%, and green recovery share of spending of GDP has been 0.3%. So yeah, there's been some recovery spending by Asia Pacific countries, emerging and developing countries, but very little of it is green. So moving on, we have now 2 factors going on. We have a process before the pandemic, which has been successful in terms of poverty alleviation and rural transformation, but it's not been green. And we've had a little bit of spending during the pandemic, but it's on recovery spending to actually recover for the economy's recovery, not emergency crisis spending, but recovery spending. And but very little of that is green, and the numbers are very small. So if we are interested in the next phase, in the post-COVID recovery, if we want to see more green rural transformation rather than business as usual brown transformation, what are some of the policy criteria we should think about? Well, first of all, the first one is pretty obvious. We want it to be green and inclusive, which means we want it to reduce environmental damages in terms of carbon emissions, fossil fuel dependency, water use, and land use change. We also want to be inclusive, so we want it to still target the poorest, and particularly those additional poor that have occurred, that have fallen into poverty during the pandemic. But most importantly, we also have to think about it being fiscally sustainable, given the constraints, the economic and debt constraints that many Asia Pacific emerging and developing economies face. So that means we must look for policies that can achieve multiple goals simultaneously, that can fit these criteria: green, inclusive, fiscally sustainable. But nonetheless, it's not all about spending. What we have seen in these economies is that the reason why you do not see previous structural transformation, rural transformation, turn green is because there's a lot of disincentives in the economy preventing that from happening. And so we need to have policies that don't just spend money, but also align economic incentives for more longer-term sustainable development, greener development. And then fourthly, it would be nice if the economic mechanisms that are used, the instruments and policies that are used, can also lead to the raising and saving of revenue necessary for public investments. Again, this is part of it being fiscally sustainable, but also to ensure that that these types of policies are accessible to countries that are facing public spending and debt constraints because of the overhang from the pandemic. So these are the four main policy criteria. And when you look at available policies that are proven and been known to work in various countries, three policies stand out that fit these four criteria. And so I want to spend the rest of my time just briefly talking about these. The first one is a fossil fuel subsidy swap to fund clean energy investments and dissemination of renewable energy in rural areas. The second policy is reallocating water subsidies to expand water supply and sanitation services targeted at the rural poor. And thirdly, a tropical carbon tax, and this is aimed at the tropical countries group, tropical carbon tax to fund nature-based solutions. So I'll spend a little time talking about all three. And there's more details in the accompanying paper if you're interested. So it happens that the fossil fuel consumption subsidies in Asia Pacific emerging developing countries are quite significant, particularly in 13 countries. And across these 13 countries, the total annual subsidies, and these are just consumption subsidies, they're not including subsidies for production or for exploration, but these consumption subsidies are over $100 billion a year, and that's about a third of the global average, aggregate subsidies of about 300 billion or so. And also what's interesting is that the subsidy per capita works out about $60 per person, and it's over 1% of GDP, almost 1.5% of GDP. But if you look at these countries individually, it varies significantly. So in some countries, the figures, particularly in Central Asia, the figures are over $100 to $200 or more per capita, and the shares of GDP are 2% or higher, even 6 and 7%. So we're talking about substantial amounts of money here. And the rationale for a fossil fuel subsidy swap is that we could actually allocate some of this, if you want to, all of it, but let's say just 10 to 30% of it, if we could reallocate it to energy efficiency, renewable energy, electricity generation, it could tip the balance between fossil fuels and clean energy sources at the margin. It would stimulate the transition from fossil fuel dependency to more use of clean solar sources, of energy. Another reason for doing it is that it would, of course, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And a study, some of the studies I cite in the paper, one of them points to a study of doing a subsidy swap in 26 countries, 22 of which are low and middle income countries. It could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 6% on average for each country. And then finally, the swap would facilitate greater dissemination and adoption of renewable energy and improved energy. And these efficiencies and renewables should be targeted at rural areas. And it so happens that there are schemes currently available in Asia Pacific that demonstrate how this could be done. One type of policy is a solar safety net, which is used in India and Bangladesh. And this is targeting renewable, particularly solar energy, to poor people in remote areas where they're away from the grid. And so the subsidy swap could fund programs like that, as an example. And then, of course, the other aspect of it, I don't have the statistic here, but in the paper, I cite the fact that current fossil fuel consumption subsidies are heavily geared towards benefiting the rich and urban populations rather than the rural poor. And that's what we want. The energy poor are mainly in rural areas. Okay, let me talk about global water supply and sanitation subsidies. So one of the interesting things is that globally, again, about $300 billion a year, based on World Bank estimates, go for global water supply and sanitation subsidies. But what is very surprising is almost all of it, over 90%, is in low and middle income countries. And these figures, by the way, exclude China and India, which also have some significant subsidies, but the data were not available. And in the three Asian Pacific regions, you can see that in terms of share of GDP, these subsidies are quite high. The problem with these subsidies is that they mainly support water, urban, and network services provided by big utilities. And 56% of these subsidies, again, are captured by the wealthiest 20% of the population in developing countries, and only 6% are captured by the poorest 20%. And if they are, it's in mainly urban areas. Yet we know that the problem of lack of basic or safe sanitation, drinking water supplies is, again, increasingly in rural areas, although it's also in urban areas. But again, most of these subsidies are not benefiting those targeted groups. So there is a scope to, again, reallocate some of these subsidies to expand small-scale rural water sanitation and supply schemes in rural areas. And various studies have shown by experts working in developing country that there's three types of very small scale, relatively inexpensive schemes that could increase the supply of these basic services in a very cost-effective way in many rural communities of low and middle income countries. And that includes deep boreholes and public hand pumps, community-led total sanitation campaigns, and biosand, filter, and other low expensive water treatment. The final thing I want to talk about is a tropical carbon tax, which may not be familiar to many of you. So basically, what I mean by this is a levy that's placed on fossil fuels in tropical countries, with some of the proceeds allocated to nature-based solutions. And nature-based solutions are investments to conserve, restore, and manage natural habitat and ecosystems, everything from wetlands to peatlands to natural forests and so forth, including through sustainable management and supporting local communities. Now, the interesting thing is this is not a theoretical exercise. Two developing countries use these schemes already. Costa Rica has had one in place since 1997, and Colombia has put one in place since 2016. And they do exactly this. They pose a very small tax. It's about 5%, maybe 10% on some fuels, but on average 5%. And the scheme raises revenue, which some of those proceeds go back into general expenditures and other infrastructure investments, but a large portion of it goes for nature-based solutions in both countries. And again, as I said, this is what nature-based solutions do. They're a win-win in terms of conserving, protecting biodiversity and ecosystem services, while at the same time reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Because as I pointed out, a lot of tropical countries, and particularly in Asia Pacific, are still experiencing land use change, loss of forest, and that's a net loss of carbon, major source of carbon emissions for many countries. And studies by Bronson Griska and colleagues have shown that cost-effective tropical natural-based solutions can mitigate 6 billion tons of carbon in the coming decades at less than $100 per cubic meter of tons of carbon dioxide. And that's 1/4 of emissions from all tropical countries. So it's possible to do that. Now that's across all tropical countries. What I've done, and I've put in the paper, is estimate if we took the major tropical forest countries in Asia Pacific region, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Papua New Guinea, if we look at their current rate of forest loss, if we look at the current rate of fossil fuels, if we implemented a tropical carbon tax, and I have two different policy options we look at. One is replicating the Colombia scheme, and policy B is a much more ambitious scheme. What we see is that the revenues raised for nature-based solutions would be over $1.2 to $1.3 billion under policy A, and over almost $13 billion in the case of policy B. And it would basically generate a lot of revenue, particularly in India, per hectare of forest loss. So this is money that could be gone instead to protecting those forests that were lost or to anticipate further forest loss. So, the revenues, for policy B is almost $8 billion per year. Okay, so in conclusion of this talk, I believe green rural transformation is an important objective, but I also believe it must be compatible with poverty alleviation. I don't think greening for greening's sake works. I don't think it is greening for greening's sake is relevant for developing countries unless it's compatible with the #1 priority of low and middle income countries, which is poverty alleviation. That means we need cost-effective and innovative policies, especially given the fiscal and economic constraints that all Asia-Pacific developing and emerging countries have faced since the pandemic. And they must be easily implementable. All the schemes I've talked about, the 3 policies, are not difficult to implement other than political will, of course. And just to remind you, the 3 policies that meet these criteria are a fossil fuel subsidy swap, reallocating water subsidies, and the tropical carbon tax that Colombia and Costa Rica have implemented. Thanks very much, and I look forward to our discussion, and starting with Professor Quiggin.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making a very convincing cases for the 3 policy recommendations. Okay, so let's invite that discussant, Professor John Quiggin. And just a reminder for the audience, can you start typing your questions and comments in the Q&A box so that we can take it up in a Q&A session. Briefly, let me introduce Professor Quiggin, Professor of Economics at University of Queensland, prominent research economist, commentator on Australian and international economic policy. He has really tons of nice the articles published in referred journals and books And he's also an active contributor to Australian public debate in a wide range of traditional social media. Okay, so with that, let me invite Professor Quiggin.
Thank you very much, Mishko. I'll share my screen. Hope that's going to work. This looks the right one, I hope. Oh, where's it gone? There. What's happening here? Sorry, some things worked a moment ago, so let's.
John, it was working, but I think you went to the end of the slides.
Okay, here we go. I think this might be, I think this should work now. This looks more like it. Okay, so it's a great privilege to be able to comment on Professor Barbier's presentation, somebody I've admired for a long time. There's an awful lot in this paper, so I'm going to just pick out points that that impressed me and respond to them in the time I have available. But I think the paper will be a hugely valuable resource in thinking about these issues in the future. So first, here we are in this post-COVID world. There's been a big setback in progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Deaths and illnesses, a significant impact therefore on public health, increased poverty, and a big burden of public debt. I would say, with expectations based on the experience of the global financial crisis, the recovery has been surprisingly rapid in many countries, but we still have this overhang of debt and of course the continuing existence of the pandemic. It's by no means over. We need to look at what the implications are for rural transformation, and we have a lot of useful information here. So the Asia Pacific emerging and developing economies. So it's the countries looked at here is a diverse group, mostly lower, middle and upper middle income countries. We exclude the countries that have already become high income countries, Japan and the Four Tigers. And we observe that the Asia Pacific, as Ed said, is an area with a generally successful development pre-COVID, and that compares with Africa, which was on a par with many of these countries 30 or 40 years ago and had far more disappointing experience, and with Latin America, which started out far richer, but which is now has done significantly less well in development over the course of the late 20th century and into the 2020s. A central part of the process, wherever it's taken place, of development is a shift away from agriculture as the primary area of economic activity, reflecting, of course, a growth in agricultural productivity such that a small number of people can produce the food and fibres needed for the entire population, and the development of other industries that make use of labour freed from agriculture through transformation. And we see, so although many of these countries have done well in terms of income per capita, we still see that this process of transformation is far from complete in all of these countries. While agriculture has declined as a share of GDP from nearly 100% in the pre-development period to roughly 25%, the population and export industries are still mostly rural. So these countries are still, the average person lives in the country, and most of the developed sector is in non-tradables, things like services. And there's a very strong correlation here, as we've seen, not only within this group, but throughout history, that agricultural dependence is associated with lower income per person and with poverty. The causality is really how far, as development takes place, as more industries develop, all of these things decline. So green transformation, I wanted, I guess, just to talk about a little bit about the comparison between the high income and low-income countries that we saw in Ed's slides, and inject one positive note, which is that the industrialization and development of the early 21st century was very brown indeed. What we saw was in China, India, and some other countries, a big rush for coal-fired power. And I think without even the need for specific policies, the change in technology, which has made solar photovoltaics and wind far more economic, combined with changes in financial policies, including, of course, of the Asian Development Bank. The bank financed a fair bit of this coal-fired development back in the early 21st century, and now, in line with nearly all other financial institutions, has policies that exclude that. So we are already, I think, on a path to a greener transformation than we saw in the case of China and India in the early 21st century. Nonetheless, there's still a lot of work to be done, particularly in this context of rural transformation. So I think the process the policy is already largely in place in important respects, particularly in relation to electricity generation. The real difficulty there is the huge stock of relatively new coal-fired power stations in the upper income countries, and the special case, I guess, of Central Asia and resource-dependent countries, of which, of course, Australia, from which I'm speaking, is one where there's an attachment to resource extraction industries. But I think the shock of COVID, I hope, has opened spaces for policies that might have been considered too radical in the past. So we've seen all sorts of things done by governments, which most people would have considered unimaginable. Public health measures in Australia, I think when the pandemic began, the assumption was we couldn't possibly impose the kind of measures that we have in fact imposed, and therefore we just had to slow down the progress of the pandemic through the population. In fact, we've had very stringent public health policies combined with a massive economic intervention, and that's been, broadly speaking, the pattern with varying degrees in much of East Asia, much of Asia. China, I guess, with being the most notable example where the pandemic originated, but a place that's managed to very largely suppress it. So what policies can we look at? Well, I think Ed's issued 3. I managed to omit the water one. Water is a topic I've spent an awful lot of time on, and generally feel depressed, I must admit, about the prospects for success. It seems to be something that brings out the crazy in public policy, but hopefully we could see these shifts take place. But a switch in subsidies from carbon-based subsidies to carbon-based energy to carbon-free, a tropical carbon tax, which I'll come to in a moment, I think is the most interesting. Generous and imaginative support from wealthy countries is essential. Some promising signs from COP26, but we've seen these signs before and haven't seen the delivery on them. So we moved the idea of a tropical carbon tax, a response to unfulfilled promises from developed countries. This is something which, as I argued in my talk yesterday, this is the kind of thing that the developed countries should be financing out of enlightened self-interest, but have been unable to do so. It's a hypothecated levy on imports and consumption of carbon-based fuel. Hypothecation is always a hot topic among economists. In the ideal world, we decide all policies separately based on benefit cost evaluation, but in practice, packages of one kind or another seem to be the way to go. So the idea is that we would levy the import on carbon-based fuel. I always avoid the term fossil fuels because it dates back to a period when the concern was that we would run out of these fuels. There was only a finite amount of them. If we had renewable coal and oil, we'd be a great deal worse off than we are. It's the carbon-based nature of the fuel that's crucial. So we're going to allocate part or all the proceeds to investment in natural climate solutions. Crucially, the tax and expenditure side makes sense individually. The packaging is essentially a combination of political appeal in a packaging sense, but also, of course, in the context of more or less arbitrary budget constraints arising from the debt overhang from COVID. We need to put packages together that are self-financing. And as with the other policies Ed has put forward, they can be made pro-poor and crucially, as has been the case for a very long time, you can broadly speaking equate pro-rural with pro-poor. We have throughout the development literature this problem that policies which might be seen on the face of them as progressive are in fact typically transfers from mostly poor rural people to mostly wealthy urban people, and it's important, I think, to focus on to take that point very generally into account, and I think it's done that. So just a great paper which I'll be chewing through for a long time and hopefully we'll be able to make use of in revising my own work, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. There's many points made here, but also let me just give the floor back to Edward. Can I read out that the two questions that came in from the Q&A box? I'll just read out so that you can respond in a block, whole chunk of block, and it's in response to John and also two questions. One of the questions here is come from Yogesh Sharma. Is there any way to bridge the gap between the global north and south regarding SDGs? It's a really generic question, but it's also another question comes from Ravi Kumar. In India, particularly when rice production is not becoming viable, what are the other crop farmers can do? Maybe this is not really the direct questions to Edward, but anyhow, Edward, would you like to take the first question and also some response to John's points made?
Well, first of all, I appreciate greatly Professor Quiggins' comments, and I'm going to start using the term carbon-based fuels thanks to his. But I'm sure my paper, revising the paper, will benefit a lot from his insights. And I also think that having worked on water, I think of the three policies, the water one is the hardest one to crack. I think we can see that because there was no discussion of that at COP26 or any other international forum about doing something about water subsidies, yet they are surprisingly large and they're surprisingly inequitable and certainly don't do much currently to help the main problem of lack of basic services, particularly in rural areas. Let's get to those questions. On the first question on North-South and the SDG gap, I mentioned this yesterday when I was the discussion on Professor Quiggins' paper, is that a colleague, Joanne Burgess, and I have just completed a study on the economics of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we've produced a book that's just come out on it that summarizes our work. And we found two things that are really important, that's relevant to this question. We found many things, but there's two things in particular I think are relevant. First of all, when we looked at progress for the SDGs, and this was before the pandemic, our study ends in 2018. So we start with 2000, the beginning of the implementation of the SDGs, to 2018. When you look at the world as a whole, you can see a net overall gains in the world. So you see some closing of the gap, progress during this period. But it's mixed across the goals. So generally the poverty alleviation and related goals, ending hunger and stuff, and generally economic goals, and some of the social goals have generally improved and add to the net welfare gain, but the environmental side is bad. For the environmental goals, they're falling behind on average. So that's again reinforcing what both myself and Professor Quiggin have said, that yeah, we've seen progress in development in the recent decades, but it's not been green. The second major point is really important here in terms of this question. The second thing we found was that's not true. Even overall net progress on the SDGs is not true for the poorest countries. They're falling behind on all levels, except for possibly poverty alleviation. Their net welfare gain is actually negative. over this period. And that's not good, because it means that the gap isn't between the rich and the poor, rich and all developing countries. The gap is growing between the rest of the world and the poorest countries. The low and lower middle income countries are being left behind in terms of development progress. So and again, they've also suffered environmental losses. So this development that's occurred has not been sufficient in those countries, and it's not green either. What's occurring there. So that's an insight. In terms of rice farming in India, I think something that's really important is to understand that rural areas are not homogeneous, and that generally rice cultivation is an irrigated crop. It has usually in very favorable land under low-lying areas. It has access to water, obviously irrigation. It has access to packages of high-yielding varieties and all the necessary inputs. But not every region in the world and within a country in Asia Pacific can have those conditions and have those economic conditions. And also generally markets are well formed in areas that are irrigated. So those are favorable agricultural conditions and market conditions for rural development and stuff. But what worries me the most is in my work, I've looked at the less favored agriculture areas and the remote areas as well, and the combination of the two. And that's where you see lots of rural poverty, and that's where you see a lot of the basic services that are missing in terms of energy, access to energy, clean sources of water, and sanitation, and also basic services, credit, and other markets. And so I think I'd like to see more of our attention focused on those disadvantaged areas and the people there in poverty.
Thank you very much. That's very, very valid point. In fact, if I continue a little bit, extend this minutes because this is very important point here. Asian Development and so many other donors funding goes to try to address all this, what we call this, the missing middles and also the poorest part of the world. And that's the hardest to get in terms of, in a physical sense, but also the institutional sense as well. But the idea is sound, is the tax that the prosperous part of it and brown part of it, try to green it and then sort of incentivize just a little bit of levy of tax and then generate the revenue to rechannel the budget into those poorer areas and do this, access the improvement and so forth. This is sound. And I think I think you know it, and we all know it, but particularly for the area of water usage, the subsidies, energy usage in agriculture, it's accessibly subsidized and it's not working well in terms of the greener, but also it's an unequal distribution of subsidies for among the farmers, and the poorest doesn't get anything. So we've been having this dialogue with many of the member countries in Asia, and it's not really successful. Now, do you have any kind of the successful, let's say, water, the number two, the policy recommendation of water subsidy reallocated into the generate the funding for the poorer areas of this basic rural access with a low cost at the rural sanitation of water sort of infrastructure. Are you aware of any of the success example in the countries or region or province where they tax some of the water usages, and that's going to help conserve the resources, and that's going to help for the climate change adaptation as well, and then that's really regenerate the revenue at the maybe provincial government or the national government level, and then rechannel that to for the special funding for the development assistance. And this is in essence, we've been discussing this all along, but we haven't seen this happening, and for the very reasons. But it's if there's a shining example to follow, I think that's going to be really, we have a very convincing discussion with this with the developing member countries. If you have any insight on this one, we're all ears for this.
Well, let me start with stepping back from taxing water use to the basic issue that's at hand here, which is that many countries are facing overuse and of their water supplies. There's not enough water supply to meet the growing demand within agriculture, which in a typical developing low middle income country, and certainly in Asia and Pacific, 80% of water is for agriculture and for irrigation mainly. Meanwhile, the fastest growing parts of the economy are urban areas, municipal use, and industrial use. There's simply not enough water in all the river basins or in all the groundwaters to meet these demands. So something needs to be done. Why is this occurring? Well, it's occurring because for the way we have developed our water institutions, our policies, and our pricing of water, such as it is, has to do with a period when water was abundant. All we had to do was go get it and bring it to where we needed it. That's not sustainable anymore because we're facing problems of water availability relative to demand, and it's only getting worse. The second aspect of this problem is the fact that the way in which we deliver the water is through an engineering solution that is publicly provided. So basically we go out, build infrastructure, get the water from where it is to what we need it to, whether it's dams, conveyance of the water and so forth. And what happens is in that pricing model for delivering water, whether it's for irrigation or for industrial or municipal use, we barely even cover the prices that are used, barely cover the capital cost of that huge infrastructure, let alone the annual maintenance and operation costs, let alone any environmental damages or possible scarcity of water as it increases, becomes less available over time. And that is just from an economic standpoint, not sustainable to manage any resource. Yet we're doing it to one of the most fundamental resources to economic development, which is water. That's got to end. And I think the water subsidies that I pointed out is where we're seeing the problem. And it's basically restricting us to only marginal increases in developing countries of the water supply and sanitation network. And it's mainly in urban areas. And what's that doing? I don't think I've seen a study on this, but I'm sure it's also adding to the problem of rural urban migration because people who move to the cities get some access to water where they will have less of it in rural areas. And also, certainly it's not benefiting the poor people either in urban or rural areas as much as it should be. So we need to rethink our water. And we can look at the rural areas in terms of irrigation, as you pointed out, the whole supply and demand. But it's a really difficult problem because we set our institutions, our incentives in a period of time and our investments when water was abundant and we used engineering solutions to deliver that water, not economic reasoning.
I might just jump in. Australia has dealt with a lot of these same issues, and although I kind of despair of it, arguably we've done less badly than almost any other water scarce place. So I think place like Europe, water still seems to be abundant, and they don't have, as far as I can tell, don't have any problems. But we over-allocated water for irrigation. What we then did was create tradable water rights, and on the whole, they've worked very well. We created too many of them to start with, and we've been unable to buy them back because of the resistance. But we've got through some spectacular droughts with much less damage to our irrigated sector than I think would have been the case. So if you could, and essentially the public just wore the loss. We created the system, the rights were given away. They were originally attached to land, capitalised into the value of that land, and then became a gift to the owners of the land who could then sell their water rights. So economically, it was a dog's breakfast, but it certainly did produce a relatively good outcome, and we have managed to extract a tiny bit of that back for the environment, which has been the big problem. Just thinking about it and coming back to Ed, your proposal, I'm thinking maybe that in this case the package is wrong. Maybe it's not worth taking on the urban water lobby. Maybe it's better, if we want to do stuff for rural people, possibly in this context, it'd be better just to do it and accept that, as I say, water brings out the crazy in people. There's no way that the average middle-class urban person is going to be convinced that they're not paying too much for water already, even though they're being subsidised. So I suppose what I'll probably lean towards is trying to create trying to create hopefully a moderate quantity of tradable water for irrigation. It would take account of the big use and the potentially growing use, and then directly funding sanitation and other things for rural users, more on a horizontal equity basis of saying, look, we subsidise this already in urban areas. Let's extend the subsidy to rural areas rather than trying to even it out. So that's, as I say, I think having said all those things, the policy, it's something where the politics absolutely drive everything. So you have to know what's happening in any particular jurisdiction to be able to work out what might fly and what might not.
Thank you. I think this is really, we needed hours and the whole day discussing about this issue, but just to note that you know, this with disturbing maybe update from ADB, we're trying to introduce all this, that the water is, we've been losing for this when introducing this, the increase in the tariff for the irrigation or some of the reduction of subsidies, and we're losing this an argument for the public concerns, and the government is not responsible, even in a country where, like Pakistan, last month we were talking about the big investment and the policy conditions, and in that country is estimated to exhaust all the water available in 2030, and that's happening. Yet people can't really think about the rational allocations and a better introduction of the pricing system to suppress the consumption. But this is the area where I would like to, I mean, it's all of our community, the investment community would like to continue to discuss on. Water is one, but also the carbon tax is another, and also natural based solutions. This is evolving. And then we were talking about what about introducing something like natural resources or depletion pricing in our investment packages, continue, evaluating all the investment proposals. But it's that all the nitty-gritties of the things that's like, it's not moving as far as we expected because of this lot of political concerns at different institutions here. Anyway, so this is a very interesting, important area. And I think I really appreciate this, the rather provocative 3 policy recommendation came out of your paper. Professor Edward, thank you so much for your contribution. And also John, thank you so much for raising a lot of interesting points. Okay, let us move on to the next speaker, if I may. Okay, let me move on to the second presentation today, that Dr. Prajot Rajanjina. Would you like to come in?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, let me just briefly introduce you. Sorry, I wasn't sure you were there. Dr. Prajot is Associate Professor at the School of Management, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka. And he's got the PhD from economics from India Institute of Technology. And also he has worked as in CIMIT, Nairobi, and research fellow at the Institute of Environmental Economics and World Trade at the University of Hanover, Germany. He's got a lot of interesting papers published. With that, let me hand over the floor to you, Dr. Prajot.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here and speak about my work. So let me share my screen in a second. Hope it's coming. Is it coming?
Yes. Do you want to switch to the presentation mode?
Just next to the minus sign at the bottom corner.
Yes, full screen.
Yes. Yes, full screen mode. There.
No,
Double click there, please.
yes. Is it now? Yeah, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So this paper is co-authored by Mr. Sunil Khosla, Dr. Dil Bahadur Raut, and myself. The topic is impact of rural livelihood program on vulnerability to poverty, empirical evidence from a tribal region of Eastern India. This is a case study based on primary household survey data collected from a tribal region in eastern state in India called Odisha. These places actually that I'm talking about, they are on the Eastern Ghats, one of the 3 biggest mountain range. So that makes the story a little bit about the geographically disadvantageous regions and the households living in there. The disclaimer applies. So the issue is this, that we have been discussing for the last 2 days, that there are, even though great improvement has been done removing poverty or reducing poverty, but there are still a lot of poverty remain due to the wide heterogeneity across the regions in developing countries, especially a vast developing country like India. So they're not just poor currently, but a lot many who may not be poor according to the national poverty line, they may be vulnerable, meaning that in very near future, they may become poor. So it's all about, hanging around that poverty line. So officially, they may not be poor right now if we strictly go by the poverty line, national poverty line, but they may poor at any point in time. So this study is about actually using a methodology to estimate that vulnerability. And the major source of vulnerability is that the income sources or the diversification of income is less, and the coping mechanism, they have less such opportunities to cope with the shocks they may face or they are facing. The social protection policies have been implemented. Actually, there are lots and lots of policies, both by externally funded from donor organizations, from national government, and also from the provincial government. So sometimes there are even overlapping policies. The same policy, same design of policy may be implemented by the national government and as well as the state government. So they exist a lot of such kind of social protection policies, but it's the issue of, again, implementation across this wide heterogeneity, geographical heterogeneity, socioeconomic heterogeneity, and issues of awareness, public awareness regarding these policies. So how people really come up and participate in these policies that really create the outcome, and whether it boosts their coping mechanism to face the shocks or not. So we are going to deal with that, dig a bit deeper into that issue from our survey data. The studies mostly, the past studies mostly look at the incidence of poverty and the impact of these policies on that. But here what we have done is we have, that's taking me to the next slide. So here what we have done is that we estimated the future poverty. So future, the short run, maybe next 2 years or 3 years. So the probability of a household falling below the poverty line in near future. This we call vulnerability to poverty. And this is a score ranging between 0 and 1. So we have estimated those probabilities. And then we looked at livelihood program running in that region, which is called Odisha Tribal Employment Livelihood Program. It is a comprehensive program. The impact of this program on these vulnerability scores. So that's the construct of our work. We also looked at the factors responsible for the different vulnerabilities, meaning that from their current status of poverty and taking these estimated probabilities, we have formed 4 groups. The groups I will define later. So these groups are those who are currently poor and expected to remain poor, and then those who are currently poor but are expected to escape it. So taking these definitions, we have categorized 4 groups, and then we have looked at the factors responsible for their transit into this future state. Like I said, this is the map. You can see Odisha, this province or state, as we say in India, is actually on the eastern part of India, next to the Bay of Bengal, Indian Ocean, which actually makes it climatically vulnerable. Every year there are at least once in a year or once in 2 years, there are cyclones and natural disasters ravaging through the state, and this has become a common phenomena. Probably this can be attributed partially to the climate change situations, because this was not so frequent, let's say 20 years ago, but now it has become so frequent almost once in a year. The study areas are actually, this state is divided by the data collecting agency as 3 parts, National Data Collecting Agency, as 3 broad regions called Northern, Southern, and Coastal. Our data, these 3 circles, these are the districts from where we collected data. They're on the southern region of the state. Some of the statistics I can show here from these districts. It's a collective statistics from around 2011-12. The census data was from 2011, so and also from various reports, but mostly between 2010 and 2015. These statistics are 86% households live in rural areas. That's really huge. The literacy rate is barely 50%. A male has 60% and female has very less literacy rate of 39%. And then the labor force in the state is around 50%, of which the main workers are around 57% and the marginal workers are 42%. Agriculture is the mainstay, that goes without saying. Given the rural nature of the households, agriculture is their main occupation. But the thing is that we have also looked at a different level of farmers, and the marginal farmers are the highest, which are having less than 1 hectare of land. That's around 51%. So half of the agricultural labor force is actually marginal, meaning much less land. And then the small, medium are together another 40%. So 42%. So that leaves very less to medium and large farmers. So it's predominantly very small rural agricultural households that I'm talking about. And this is a tribal region, okay. And given the mountainous range, the villages will be far apart, and it's very difficult to travel to. We did, in fact, gone to some of the villages I have been to, and in cases what you have to do is the four-wheeler vehicles would not go. So you have to go with these 2-wheeler vehicles, and you have to park at some place, and to some villages you have to really walk through the forest for 1 or 2 kilometers to access those villages. So you can imagine the difficulty of the government officials to reach them and discuss with them and explain the design and the details of the schemes, the livelihoods programs and schemes. So there definitely remains a huge knowledge gap and lack of awareness. This program, it's called Tribal Empowerment and Livelihood Program, Odisha Tribal Empowerment and Livelihood Program, which is partially funded by the external funds and the provincial government funds with around 60-40 distribution. This is a comprehensive program because it encompasses many interventions. The interventions are giving skill training. So skill is the, a kind of knitting and plumbing and those kind of skill training programs. And it also provides 100 days of work, wage work, in a kind of road construction, those sort of work. Okay, wage work per 100 days in a year. The program also provides through small help groups, SSGs, small loans to start non-farm livelihoods, like small businesses, shops, and things like that. The third component of the program is to develop the rural infrastructure by constructing check dams, water sets for irrigation purposes, and piped drinking water sanitation facilities. So this is the program that we have looked at, the impact of this program. At the time of data collection, which was in 2018-19, we have looked at the last 5 years from the data collection. So we have asked the households about their participation in this program for the last 5 years from the date of survey. The sample design is as a mixed one. Purposely, we chose these 3 districts because this program is a tribal empowerment program, and these 3 districts from the 12 districts that has tribal presence in the state, these 3 have heavily is more population that goes under the definition of tribal people. And after that, choosing the districts, then we did random sampling. We chose 29 villages. And from these villages, looking at some population per person, we randomly sampled 479 households. There were actually more, but some were discarded. So the final household number we kept is 479. The questionnaire that has been canvassed had information on demographics, socioeconomic characteristics, their assets, and the information on risk and shocks. This is important because this is where the vulnerability comes from. The different types of risks, both covariate risks like the climate risks, and also idiosyncratic risks that is at the household level, like a death in the family and loss of job and those kind of risks. Information on coping mechanism as to what they do when they face such risks. Okay, so what are the strategies they have in their disposal to deal with such events, adverse events, and information on the program, whether they participate in it and what kind of benefit they get. So information on that. This is a little small, but I would like to drive home a few things only. The consumption per capita, we have used consumption figures to calculate the vulnerability. So this is consumption per capita per household in Indian rupees, which comes around, if you use the purchasing power parity term exchange rate, this would come around $44 or $45 per month. This is monthly income. So that would come around $45 using PPP exchange rate. And then, of course, majority of households are male dominated. You can see 89%. Farm employed, this is a primary occupation. Farm employed, those are agriculture as their main occupation, is 46%. And then they have also 2 other categories that we have created, that is wage in non-farm, which should be 42%. They're basically, they're landless, households who would be basically working in other kind of road construction and other kind of daily wage kind of jobs. And then the self-employed in non-farm is less, that's 12%. Those are the people who would be owning shops and other kind of non-farm activities. Yes, so yeah, a few other details, but especially maybe a couple of things. That is the years of schooling of the household head. That's around 3 years, so which is quite less, given that the nature of the place where you will find only one school, which would be till 7th class. So if one wants to go to the high school, that is 8th, 9th, and 10th, one has to really travel for 50 kilometers or to 100 kilometers going and staying in a hostel if hostel facility is available in a school in a town area. So that makes a lot of kids dropping off after 7th. So that explains the less number of years of schooling. So this is estimating the vulnerability. We use the Chaudhary et al. Methodology, so which basically defines vulnerability as the probability of, I'm bringing my cursor, kind of, okay, the probability of, it's equation 1, the probability of the consumption, that is log of consumption C of household H at 30 time T plus J less than poverty line of Z. So Z is the poverty line. Now, if the probability of the household in a future time, that is T plus J, so this is a near future. If the probability in the near future, the consumption falls below the predefined poverty line, then the household would be considered as vulnerable. So this has been done through using a 3-stage FGLS, feasible generalized least square method. So in the first stage, we did a OLS regression from where we recorded the error, the predicted error. And then this predicted error in the second stage has been regressed upon the same set of covariates from which we predicted the error again, which is basically now robust. So we used that predicted error to transform each of the dependent variable as well as all the independent variables. And in the third stage, we ran the transformed regression, which is not shown in the equation. So from this transformed regression in the third stage, we observed the mean and variance of consumption, which is used in equation 4 in a cumulative density function to estimate the vulnerability scores. This is a normal distribution. So the vulnerability scores will come in a range between 0 and 1. Going by the convention, we have taken a threshold of 0.5. So all those households having a vulnerability score more than 0.5 will be considered as vulnerable, and those which are less than 0.5 will be considered as non-vulnerable. So that is the method of constructing the vulnerability. What we found out is that overall from the sample, 34.65% are found to be vulnerable to poverty. The current poverty rate is 29%. So meaning that there are more people who may fall below, I mean, taking the whole picture, more people may be falling below the poverty than what currently has been estimated. So that is the point, that there are vulnerabilities coming out of various shocks and risks they face. 13%, so this is the 4 groups I was talking about. Chronic poor are those which are currently poor and are predicted to be poor in future. Transient poor, the second category, is currently non-poor, but they're predicted to fall below the poverty line. And that is around 13%. The escaped poverty are those who are currently poor but predicted to be non-poor. They're around 21%. They're around 15%. And then the final around 50% are non-poor, which were non-poor and are predicted to be non-poor.
Dr. Gina, sorry, can you wrap up? Time is up.
Yes, I'm just coming to the last part. Another 5 minutes, I'll finish it. Here it shows that those who are farm employed, they're having higher vulnerabilities compared to those who are working in self-employed in non-farm activities and wage in non-farm activities. So the agricultural households are found to be the highest in terms of vulnerability. Okay, so the factors that we found leading to these vulnerabilities are basically the shocks, which are climatic shocks, the covariate shocks, and the idiosyncratic shocks. and also the sale of asset. So it's basically, again, boils down to the lack of proper livelihood diversification and other coping mechanism to deal with these shocks that makes them vulnerable. But what is the impact of the program? Since there are unobservable bias, I have to make it a bit short. Due to the unobservable, the self-selection bias, which is very common in the impact evaluation literature, we have used the endogenous switching regression. An alternative would have been instrumental variable regression, but we couldn't find a proper instrument. It couldn't go through those two tests. So we used the endogenous switching regression, and it's a standard methodology in the impact evaluation literature, which has two stages. In the first stage, we estimate a probit regression from where we find or predict the Mills ratios, which are basically an explicit estimate of this self-selection bias, which we use in the second stage regression. The ESR actually produces both average treatment effect on treated, that is ATT, and the average treatment effect on untreated. So this is the counterfactual, that is those people who have participated in this livelihood program, have they not participated, what would have been their vulnerability score, which is basically C. So A is the real scenario, and C is the counterfactual scenario. And A is their 0.60. This is their mean of current vulnerability score, and 0.63 is the mean of the counterfactual score. So this difference come around 0.03, which is statistically significant, around 3%. ATU, that is average treatment effect on untreated, which comes around 2%. So taking this together, we can say that on an average, there is a positive effect of this comprehensive program on reducing the vulnerability. This works through, I have made some percentage of the people that have been benefited from different components of this program. But let me go to, let me
Sorry,
go to.
I have to stop you now. So just can you quickly wrap up, please?
Yes. Yeah, this is the last slide, I would say. Here, I just want to show the vulnerability gap of the non-participants and participants. And we have done a matching actually. So just not taking their means and comparing them, rather matching on the propensity score matching these groups. And we compared their means of vulnerability gap actually. And that comes around statistically significant. So the average impact is positive, and in terms of the vulnerability gap, also the participants have in the program have less vulnerability gap. We have gone on doing some other these indicators. I don't have time to explain this. This follows actually a multidimensional poverty approach of UNDP. So these indicators have been constructed. This is not causal analysis, but we have just compared both the groups across these resilience indicators, and we see that in many cases the participants have less deprivation against these indicators. So the conclusion is that we have found a positive effect, but the context has to be remembered that it is a tribal region where a lot of people live below poverty line and in a very geographical disadvantageous position. So the program has some early inroads and early success, but there is also wide heterogeneity. On an average, we may find a positive effect, but there is wide heterogeneity. There are so many villages which is simply inaccessible due to various reasons. And these kind of programs, due to lack of awareness, this cannot reach them. And there is also a kind of exclusion of beneficiaries. This is a very common thing in those places, that the beneficiary selection is often a little bit not according to the rules, but biased according to the local panchayat level officials. So that has been resulting in various people that have been excluded, although they may be deserving according to the rules. So
okay, Dr. Gina, sorry, I have to stop you.
Thank
Sorry,
you very much.
Let me.
Thank you very much.
Okay, additional points you can make for the question answer. Let me
Yes.
now invite the discussant, the Dr. Pognatai Venuganam. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, from the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. She's the Economic Research Department, the senior economist at the Economic Research Department of Central Bank of Sri Lanka. And she is also she has the master degree in economics at the University of Nottingham, associate member of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountant from United Kingdom. Dr. Venuganan, would you like to come in?
Yeah, hi, Dr. Michiko. Thank you so much. A very good morning to everybody, and a good afternoon to all of you, probably maybe in Tokyo. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And let me just hop on to the paper. So let me congratulate Dr. Khosla, Professor Pradyot, and Dr. Rahut on the excellent paper. Let me tell you at the outset that it was quite the task for me to really find something to pick on and to suggest to you on. So it was quite the task. And I also made tribute to your paper by wearing a sari from Odisha, actually, which I had the opportunity to buy from weavers. So I do understand that Odisha is a very underprivileged area, and I think it was the ideal place for you to pick as well. So moving on, so let me not, so just to do a quick summary of what Pradyot had already spoken about. So you've the pains to which you have the pains that you have taken to collect the primary data from about 500 households in a very tribal region. You had beautifully explained how difficult this task was. So I wish to commend you on doing this sort of a primary data collection and then going on to calculating this vulnerability. Doing this vulnerability exercise. Hats off to all three of you on that. And so you've taken a multi-stage sampling approach, and you've covered some all the key aspects regarding gender, age, household size, living indicators, and of course the access to capital, including social capital as well, which was excellent. And I also found that in the paper itself, the fact that you've really gone into the depths and details of what are the idiosyncratic features of the districts, which I find sometimes in poverty papers, in development economics papers, sometimes people fail to recognize that geographical areas have some key features which are underpinning the trends in those areas, and the development trends in those areas, and they don't do justice by not discussing those things. So you have really gone into depths of that aspect as well, which I appreciate a lot, and it really sets a tone for the paper as well. So this is so just again a summary of how you've taken the approach. Professor Pradyot had already explained this as well. So you've estimated household vulnerability to poverty using the FGLS method, and then went on to see how households are moving from current to future poverty states using the MLR method. And the impact of the livelihood program has also been covered. And you've also gone on to develop livelihood resilience indicators using this counting approach that is proposed by the UNDP. So what I found across the paper is I'm again summarizing some of your findings. So very intuitive findings, all in line with empirical literature, which you have also mentioned in the paper. So higher levels of education obviously lead to lower vulnerabilities. Household size and dependency ratio tend to make people more vulnerable to poverty. Ownership of assets, and the fact that if you have some coping strategies, something to fall back upon, obviously this also helps reduce your vulnerability to poverty. And the fact that substantial number of households, I found that very rather disturbing even, that substantial number of households have a really huge chance of falling into poverty. And it worries me that in the context of COVID, that these people have probably fallen into poverty as we speak. And farmers are the most vulnerable households. So these are very intuitive findings. And you find similar factors also feeding into the movement of households across these different categories of chronic poor, transient poor, and those who have escaped poverty as well. So larger household size, the education, resilience capacity, resource endowment, chronic diseases, and natural disasters. So these tend to weigh negatively, whereas of course years of household contribute positively to helping households remain out of poverty. And you also highlight the importance of social capital being part of some empowerment groups or livelihood groups, being part of a livelihood program, how it safeguards you from poverty. But some findings, maybe you can clarify this later on during the following, once we've done with this presentation. One thing that you've mentioned is that male-headed households are less likely to be chronically poor. So just wanted to clarify with you, Professor Pradyot. So when you mean male-headed households, because in Sri Lanka, I know the definition of a gender-based headed household means it's not necessarily that that person is making the sizable portion of the income, but rather how other household members perceive that person, who they perceive to be the lead. So it can even be, so in the case of Sri Lanka, we find that in some geographical areas that female headed households are a larger in number, although those females may not be really income generating. So just for you to clarify on that and whether there's any cultural pinning behind this. And also I found, I'm not sure whether I understood it correctly. So this was as it is from the paper, the age of the household head is negatively associated with both chronic and transient poverty. So does that mean that as the age of the household head is increasing, is it reducing their vulnerability to poverty, or is it the other way around? So some clarification there, if possible, after we've done with this discussion. And also, I think this part was not clear in the paper, but then once I listened to your presentation, I understood that. So you've mentioned that the livelihood programs have direct benefits and indirect benefits, including building rural infrastructure. So I was wondering whether there's any government participation aside from this, because in the case of Sri Lanka, livelihood programs do not have an infrastructure building component, but this is something that the government does alongside livelihood programs, but the livelihood program itself doesn't have that type of a component. But I understood from your presentation that it has that sort of a component. So probably this is something that you can address in the text while you're revisiting your working paper. So then you went on to do this vulnerability resilience indicators as well, and you found that there's that participation in livelihood programs result in improvements in health, education, and overall standard of living, which is again something that we acknowledge, and empirical literature reinforces this. So that's perfectly fine. So some suggestions. Obviously, this is a primary. You've done some primary data collection, so you're considering one household survey. But I noticed from your presentation as well that there was a census that took place in 2011. So I'm wondering whether it's possible for you to look at this across 2 or 3 rounds. In addition to your primary data set, would it be possible for you to look at it? probably in a larger exercise. Not specifically in this round itself, but to look at, I think it would always be interesting to look at how households are progressing, because we also know that Odisha was anyway prone to higher levels of poverty. So anyway, there is some sort of vulnerability component that has already been inbuilt over several years. So looking at, a few rounds of data, if that would be possible, would I think be interesting. And so as you mentioned about this development of infrastructure, I was a bit confused there, but because I was thinking that, so if you have the livelihood program and you're attributing the resilience indicate the performance across the resilience indicators of vulnerability to the livelihood program, I was thinking that it would, if the government was having some other standalone program, so whether you are attributing everything to the livelihood program without considering the fact that the government has also made some infrastructures along the sidelines of these programs. So, but I think you addressed that in your presentation, that because there is this component already that is inbuilt. So I think that is something that you can clarify further, very lucidly in the paper. So another thing that I wanted to just note or raise to you, maybe we can discuss about this. So I felt that the paper was proposing that, since you mentioned that you've surveyed households which were in the program for at least 5 years. So since these beneficiaries were enrolled in the program for at least 5 years preceding from the data of survey, so we assume that the program has contributed to their upliftment across health, education, and standard of living. But we are looking at only one data set as such. So intuitively, I think this is very correct. And also with the fact that the livelihood program that you mentioned also has a training component and some diversification opportunities. But as a policymaker, so I must also tell you that I'm looking at this from a policymaker's suggestion, from a policymaker's point of view as well. How as policymakers, we can take your findings into it. So policy experience shows that, I mean, although you've been in a livelihood program, for instance, in the case of Sri Lanka, for instance, we see that we've had this Samurdhi program, which is a livelihood program and also provides some basic income as well to the beneficiaries. So it has been in place since 1995, but we find that over the years, so over about 2 to 3 decades, we don't find that beneficiaries have really left the program. We instead also find that, I mean, so rapid assessments that we have done, we find that although the living standards of some of the beneficiaries are not dismal, in the sense that it's not that they didn't have sanitation facilities or they didn't have water supplies facilities, but their status has not really changed despite the fact that they are part of a livelihood program. So if we were to look at it with just one round of data, some of the beneficiaries, as in the case of Sri Lanka, of course, we would assume that they're doing reasonably well, because many of them are over the poverty line. They're not really poor per se, but they're literally, if the poverty line is like this, they're literally sitting over here. So this is what we see from rapid assessments. So because of that, I find I just want to just raise that concern to you, that just because they're in a livelihood program, we cannot assume that they would have improved over years, but rather it might be that they're doing well, but it's just at the same level all throughout. So that's something that I want to raise concern about as based on our own policy experiences. And the last thing that I noticed that in the presentation, you had some very attractive tables and a very nice way of putting forward the data, very easy to understand. So this is actually some graphs that I picked from a similar paper done on the same vulnerability to poverty by Divakar Albert Vismanos. It's a US 8 paper from 2019. So I found these type of graphical representations really, because finally, to me, it's about the people, right? It's about poor people. And really, for us to really understand how grave the situation is, I think always some sort of graphical representations are useful. And it really puts everything into context, rather than just having numbers. But I did notice that in your presentation, you had some lovely tables that were very easy to understand and very easy to really capture the information quickly. So I understand this is also a working paper, so this is also probably something that you can think about. But again, let me again emphasize that well done to all of you, to the three of you on this fantastic paper. And I think this is something, and also I'm happy to have reviewed this, because this is something that we are also thinking about for doing for Sri Lanka once the 2019 census data is available. So it's been a fabulous learning exercise for me as well. So well done to you, and thank you so much. And over to you, Dr. Michiko.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a rich set of comments, Dr. Venuganan. Let me invite back the Dr. Pradyot in response, but also again, let me add one more questions coming from the audience. One comment came from Ravi Kumar. Quality education is very poor in rural and tribal and government schools. How can we improve? Now, with that question added, Professor Pradyot, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Venugopan, for your rich set of comments. I will start from your first comments. So regarding those issues of age and gender, actually, you're right. It's a bit estimation difficulty that we have about 85% households who have reported that they have male heads. So it's a basically male-headed set of households. Therefore, it creates a bit skewness in the distribution. And that's the reason why I guess it came as positive for gender, because of the heavy presence of the male-headed households. The thing is that, as you said, the females have been actively engaged in agriculture alongside their male partners in the household. But when you ask them, they would eventually say that the husband is the head, even though many of the decisions are taken by the females. If one goes on and asking maybe component wise, then they say, okay, few things the female are completely exclusively taken care of, but they would so shy to say that they may be a household head. And there is no strict title of a household head. So it's just how they perceive. So I think that may have created that result about the positive significance of male household head. The second one was about
the age of the
age.
household. Yeah.
Yes, yes. That was that the older households, or the households having older heads are less likely to be vulnerable. So that's what we have observed.
But that's a bit puzzling, right? I was thinking that's a bit puzzling. Yeah,
that's the puzzling. So what we see that we also that puzzled us. Also, we try to look a bit deeper, and what we found that maybe some of these younger heads are might have happened that their fathers or elder people in the household may have died at the age of let's say 50 plus. Which is premature death. So that's why they are now taking care of it. And probably they're less ready for these things. The younger people in these, if you go to rural areas, the younger people nowadays, they're more kind of, not into really livelihood. They would rather have their earphones and mobile phones, and they would be basically gossiping and talking. So they're less ready to take up such responsibility. That we found might be one explanation why this result had come. But I'm sure this one has to look at it more, bit deeper. About the other question, yes, regarding your suggestions, yeah, I agree with most of them actually. The multiple data, multiple rounds, yes, we have now the NSS, the National Sample Survey data coming up, which will be released soon. Then we can compare. We have done one exercise actually, comparing 2 rounds of data. One was of 2004-5 and 11-12. So that comparison we did, that has been done in another paper which is published. That was across the whole state. So more households and stuff. But recently, once this NSS data is released, then we can have that opportunity to look at the panel data per se, or at least 2 cross-section data sets. So that's definitely in the cards, and we are planning to do that. Regarding the question about last question, or you have many questions actually. There was another.
Yeah, the last one was just about livelihood programs and being there for 5 years and attributing that to the resilience.
Yes, you are right that not just since they are part of the program, automatically makes them, uplifted from poverty or vulnerability. That's true. In fact, actually, is the average finding, the average treatment effect. But obviously, there are very much wide, heterogeneity across these households, and many households, even if officially they are part of the program, okay, their name would be there in the records. But if we ask them, they would say that they have not been visited by any government official in last 18 months or so, and they have not received any. Rather, their neighbor has got. So this kind of complaints we get very often, and it is like both blame each other, which is a bit unfortunate. If we go to government official and ask them, then they say that they have not provided these documents, which is also mandatory, that they have to provide certain documents in order to receive it, or they were not present on the day. And it's a part of these loans and all. These are a bit conditional. They have to provide they have to fulfill certain conditions in order to receive the second round of loan and so on, the credit, I mean.
I completely recognize that it has been really tricky for you, because this is directly, this is primary data, and really filtering through all these things. So that's why I said, hats off to all of you on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So they would say that these beneficiaries, they have not come in time or provided the documents. So they have not received the money, which has been delayed. It's not canceled, but it has been delayed. But for the household, it is like, it's like that whenever they want, if they didn't get it, they would feel like they have been excluded. Without understanding that they really have to also fulfill certain obligations in order to get that benefit. So this difference is always there. And I would say that, yeah, a lot of them would not have been improved at all, actually. So that I agree with you. And yes, the data quality and some refinement is required in order to, to have a final foolproof result interpretation and so on. I missed anything, any of your points?
Actually, there's a lot of comments coming in the Q&A as well. So if in your the free time, if you can the reply to those in a Q&A box, that's going to be appreciated as well. Good deal. Okay, so that was a really rich discussion. In fact, I'm finished. So let's continue on this Q&A as we move on to the next presentation from Eric Shen. Are you there, Professor Shen? Can you start sharing your screen, please? Professor Shen is the professor at the School of Advanced. Hello? Eric, can you hear us? Hello? Oh, good. Okay, so it's, what about the microphone deal? Do you want to check? Eric, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, your voice is not that clear.
Can you hear me?
Professor Eric, would you like us to share the screen so that?
Yeah, that'll be better. Do you want to try that deal?
Yes, sir.
While we wait.
We are sharing the screen from this side.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, now it's better, but
yeah, but
I can hear you.
maybe Professor Eric, maybe you have to put off your camera and we'll share the screen from our side. It seems your internet is a little weak.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Professor Eric, we can't.
Yeah.
You're breaking up, and we can't really make out what you're saying.
Professor Eric, if you can put off your camera, then we'll have more bandwidth for the talk.
Let me try it again. I put up.
Yes, we'll share the screen from our side.
Yes. What?
Okay.
The connection
This
within
screen
the
is
room
coming.
actually is a bit, weak.
Oh, now it's much better.
So what
I
about
can
this
hear you
time?
well.
It's better. Now we are sharing the screen from
Okay,
our
great.
side.
All right.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay.
Professor Eric
Okay, great.
Shen, let me briefly introduce you. Professor at the School of Advanced Agriculture Sciences and Deputy Director of China Center for Agriculture Policy, Beijing University. He has a PhD in economics from Australian National University, and his research interests in economic growth and development, agriculture productivity and rural economy, international trade and food policy, GCE modeling, and China economy. With that, let me invite Professor Eric.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Katagami. And good morning and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. Today, I'm going to talk about a topic which is about assessing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on China TFP growth. Now, in the morning, we've heard quite a lot of things about, how to, overcoming, this difficulty in terms of, improving the poverty reduction situation. Now, I'm going to give you some evidence, from China, during the pandemic period. Next, please. Now, some overview will help us a lot. The COVID-19 pandemic has imposed unprecedented challenges to health, livelihood throughout the whole world. Now, between 2020 and 2021, until even recent time, around 224, million of people have been infected. And among them, about 4 million of people, passed away. This triggered, global economic, contraction. Like in the morning, Professor, Barbara mentioned that, this type of impact on the global economy also, trigger huge amount of, problem related to poverty. Now, many countries have imposed a wide range of strong public health action, to fight against this, COVID-19, pandemic. In particular, from a policy perspective, there's a great, debate, which is focusing on one side that people hoping that, anti-epidemic lockdown policy or, social relief policy would play the role. But on the opposite, other countries, trying to sing high praise for, say, laissez-faire policy, and probably, group immunization policy would help. So how to answer the question, to helping people to make better decisions? I think, before we can, reach the consensus, it's essential to better understand the social and economic impact of these policies. The best way that we can obtain from these lessons and experience will help people, to reduce the risk. Next, please. Right. So, China is one of the countries actually was, hit heavily in early 2020. Now, for the first part of, 2020, around 120,000 people being confirmed, and around 6,000 people lost their life. And for the whole year, actually, the country lose about 0.4 to 0.8% of the GDP. Well, although the loss is huge, comparing to the rest of the world, the later part of 1.5 years, this loss is relatively, mild. Now, three important, policy measures have been, somehow praised for and attributed to about, the above achievement. One is the quick government response. The second is about strict anti-epidemic, quarantine policy. And the third actually is about well-organized and subsistence, support system. But as you can see, many people, also thinking that, under particular institutional arrangement in China, other countries probably may not, mimic such a type of policies, very quickly. So how we are going to, improve our understanding of this, Chinese style anti-epidemic policy and its performance is very important. Next. Hello. Can we see next?
Yes,
next slide, please. Okay. Yes, thank you. So in this paper, I actually lag in. No. Go. Yes, that's right. Going to, look at the impact of COVID-19 on the total factor productivity at the regional level. Now we have two targets. Number one is we are going to examine the role of these policies, in particular the quarantine policies in affecting this, infection process. The second is that we are going to look at to what extent economic system resilience may affect such a type of, thing will provide useful insights for us to fight against the lack of poverty reduction. Now, in doing that, we actually, using the data, which is, from two perspectives. Number one is that we are going to use daily continuous, data for 150 days. This dynamic data actually shows that how quickly and how the spread of this pandemic throughout, China. And the second part of the data, we use 422 regions, which both including 276, urban and rural areas, to do the exercise. And we believe our paper contribute, to the literature at least in two ways. Number one is that we are going to examine the impact of COVID-19 on the long-term impact. In particular, look at the issue from total factor productivity level. the second thing is that we are going to, further to look at how the resilience of a production system may help the recovery, of the economy from such a type of crisis, caused by external shocks. Next. Now, before going further down to the empirical method as a result, let's first look at, how the COVID-19 in China. Now, as you all know, China's first of the country hit heavily by this COVID-19. And firstly, identified in Wuhan in January, 2019. The virus spread very quickly, in particular through people movement, in the next, 3 months. The pandemic, actually has been identified starting from 3rd of January 2020, and actually the pandemic program or campaign stopped around, 20 May, 2020, and over the whole period of time, you can see throughout the country, like I just mentioned, 120 something being identified and about the 6 days, and reported mortality rate is around 6,000 people. So quick anti-epidemic policies help to bring the pandemic under control. In the absence of the vaccine. So these actually, to some extent, reflect the resilience of the production system. And we are going to look at the issue actually from a pure empirical perspective. Next, please. Okay, so this figure 1 actually gives you some general idea about the dynamic evolution of the spread of the pandemic in China in 2020 for that 150 days. On the left-hand side of it, you can see the x-axis representing the time, the y-axis representing the number of people, identified, cured, as well as, passed away. And you can see that for the first past 3 months, actually, this number increased quickly. And once the policy comes in, actually it's stopped. And on the side of it, it gives you the net, the total number of net infected people. As you can see at the very beginning, increasing quickly, but after that, it goes down. And the 2 color of the lines representing, one is from Wuhan, the other is representing the whole nation. The gap actually gives you the idea about how much the rest of them in the country has been affected. Next. Okay, so basing on the data, we are going to measure the impact by using the following, regional level type of the regressions. On the left-hand side, which is we're trying to measure about the TFP growth, for the 2020 compared to the history. Well, with the control of, the TFP level, before the pandemic comes. Well, the key variables we put on the right-hand side, including 4 measures of, this, pandemic. Now, it's not only just including the number of people, infected, but also, including the cured, passed away, as well as, suspected, with the control of other factors. Now, here to be mentioned that, we measure the, the impact is not just, measure it by number of people, but actually measure its economic impact. Next. Now, in addition to that, we're also trying to identify to what extent anti-epidemic lockdown policy may play the role. In doing that, actually, we using, the big data to measure the lock policy as well as the square term of the lock policy. On the not only the health but also economic impact. So we use, 2 equations. One equation is trying to see, the relationship between this lockdown policy and the number of persons getting infected. But on the other hand, we also try to measure the relationship of the lockdown policy with the TFP. But to be more accurate, the TFP change is only the predicted now impact of this COVID-19 pandemic. Next. Now, the third part of, the methodology we use is trying to see that, given the impact and the, the relief policy's role, the further thing we want to look at is to what extent the systematic resilience may play the role in affecting this type of effectiveness of the policy. In doing that, we're trying to break the sample into 3 equal subgroups according to their resistance levels. Now, the resistance levels actually is being created or measured by using the past 40 years, volatility of the TFP for each of the region. Now, in doing that, we repeat the exercise, proposed, the previous, 2, sessions. And as you can see that, we are going to see how much of the differences that each type of the regions may act, in terms of fighting against the pandemic. Next. Okay, so in terms of the data, I'll quickly, go through it. We use 2 data sets. Number 1 is the production account data for this, 420 region in China. This, data contains not only 276, urban cities, but also around 150 rural, township, regions. Now, the real-time crawler statistics has been used to capture the COVID-19 pandemic, and is spread by regions in China for about 150 days, which is just defined by Russ at the very beginning, and starting from 3rd of January down to 20th of May 2020. Now, the key variables we use about the regional level TFP, which is measured by using the ACF approach, which is coming from the Baker, et al. 2016 paper. And also in terms of measure the anti-epidemic lockdown policy, we're trying to using the Baidu urban vitality, index, which is, trying to measure how quickly, people moving around, between cities as within cities. Okay, next. Now, in terms of the empirical results, we have plenty of them, but we only want to, summarize them into answer 3 questions. Number 1 is that what is the average impact of this, COVID-19 pandemic on regional level TFP? In particular, we want to see that whether infected cases or disease cases or suspected cases or the cure would be matter more, for the impact. The second policy, work to fight against the COVID-19. In particular, we want to see, the impact may not only just, in terms of, a health perspective, but also, be linking to the economic perspective. Now, the third question here is that what is the role of, the production system resilience? To what extent the high resilience region may fight against this pandemic compared to, the weak resilient region. Now, next. Now, this figure actually gives you the rough idea about descriptive statistics. On the axles representing different measure of, the COVID-19 pandemic. The first one is, infected people. The second is healed people. The third is, those diseased, and the last one is about suspected. And the red axles are representing the TFP growth, in 2020, compared to 2019, which is before the pandemic. As you can see that, for the first figure, we have the, apparent negative relationship which tells you that the pandemic generated the negative impact on the TFP. But for other figures, you cannot see much of the, straightforward, pattern. Well, this is partly because of some other econometrics or, statistic problem, cause the effect. Next. Well, if you do the regression, actually you see much better pattern. The first 2 columns here actually gives you the general idea, that we can find out from this regression analysis. Number 1, you can see that, for the pandemic perspectively, consistent with our, apparent, descriptions, strong, active impact on the TFP growth. We can see that disease, in fact, also play the negative strong impact. Well, on the contrary, huge number actually, may have, play a positive role, give the confidence for the people. Well, unsurprisingly, the suspected number doesn't play much of a significant role, which means that, suspected number, didn't, work that much. Well, if you go to, breaking the sample, down to by regions, using this resistance level, you will see that, the pandemic actually play different role in affecting different regions, different ways. In particular, for the regions with relatively low, resilience levels, the impact is more heavily, which is, with relatively high level, the impact of the pandemic is not that much. Next. Now, this one actually gives you another, visual, type of interpretation of what we get. As you can see on the top part of the figure on the left-hand side, the gap or differences representing the, volatility of TFP or variance of covariance of TFP for the past 40 years for each of the regions. Now, as you can see, there are huge differences, across regions under or facing the external shocks over the past 40 years. And we believe that the region actually is facing more frequent, TFP shocks actually will have a more, capacity to adapt to the situation. So in terms of that, when we break our sample, to draw the picture, as on the right hand side, you will see that for the region with relatively more resilient type of levels, they usually having less impact during the pandemic period. Next. Next slide. Yes. So next question, we are going to go further. To look at see to what extent the lockdown or anti-epidemic type of a lockdown policy may play the role. Now we play this exercise by using both infected healed number as well as dead number. To see whether the control policy may play the role. And of course, unsurprisingly, you can see that this type of control policies do on average negatively affect the number of infected as well as the passed away. Well, surprisingly, the huge number also got negative sign here. We need further some explanation. And this type of regression is captured by the down part of the figure. As you can see, the the more strict the policy is, on the left hand side, the bottom figure tells you that the better the impact would be. The next. Now, if you think, this is the case, then the next question we want to ask that to what extent is such a type of, anti-epidemic policy may affect the predicted, TFP growth in 2020, and to what extent such a type of, the role may play differently, in different regions. Now, this figure actually gives you the idea about when we trying to using the equation to interact the dummy for different regions with the negative impact. As you can see that consistent with our health impact regression, the control policy definitely will affect the TFP growth. And but interestingly, when the strict anti-lockdown policy imposed further, actually it will bring down the TFP growth to the red tail, which means that initially the anti-epidemic policy may help the TFP growth, but if it imposed more strictly, the problem was that it will drag down the TFP again to some level. And more interestingly, you can see the interaction term for the high resilience region was that the higher the resilience of a region is, the better situation they are, which means that they can deal with or fight against this pandemic impact more easily compared to the other regions. Next.
Professor Eric, can you wrap up in a minute or two, please?
Next. Yeah. Finished? Yes. Yes. That's just done. So what we can get, I mean, from the conclusion. Now, first, COVID-19 pandemic has generally caused a negative impact on this regional level TFP. This means that the pandemic is not just a shock. It will also, I mean, generate a long-term, I mean, impact on economic performance. I mean, in particular, like developing countries like China. But the second more important thing here was that, I mean, resilience plays an important role, I mean, in fighting against the pandemic. The region, I mean, with a better, I mean, resilient situation actually will, I mean, overcome the problem more quickly. And more interestingly for policymakers was that the anti-epidemic lockdown policy, although at the very COVID-19 pandemic, but I mean, if the policy to be considered, this impact on the TFP growth could be, I mean, be negative, which means that we need to be very cautious. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Eric. This is really timely. I think a lot of people are looking at this policy issues on this lockdown and also resilience arguments against the TFP growth outcomes. It's very insightful. Let me now invite the discussant, Professor Pulak Mishra from the Department of Humanities and Social Studies, and a joint faculty member of a Center of Excellence on Safety Engineering and Analytics at the Indian Institute of Technology, Garagpur. Sorry, my poor pronunciation. Professor Mishra has been teaching for more than 20 years. His research interest is industrial economics, public economics and policy, economics of rural development. And there's a wide range of the research topics that Dr. Mishra has, and he has also extensive publishing in research outputs in a leading journal. So with that, Professor Mishra, would you like to come in?
Thank you. I'll just share the screen.
Please do. While we wait, sorry, I just noticed that some of us, including myself, cannot typing any questions in a Q&A. And then there's some of you have already typed the questions earlier in the chat box, and I feel so sorry. And then I will take a personal responsibility to address this question by emails to the presenters, the previous presenters. Sorry, Professor Mishra, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I first like to thank ADBI, in particular the organizer of this conference, for giving me this opportunity to go through this paper and put forward my observations on this particular research. In fact, this research is very, very interesting. It's very contemporary, and this paper provides many, many useful insights in the context of this ongoing COVID pandemic. Having said that, first, what I would like to do, I would like to put forward certain broad observations, particularly the major insights, what we can get from this paper in terms of, say, for example, broad objectives of the paper. This paper basically examines the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on region level TFP growth for the year 2020. It also assesses the role of anti-epidemic lockdown policy, particularly to counter the pandemic and maintaining economic growth. The paper uses certain important variables, obviously. It uses daily statistics on the number of cases in terms of infection, death, healing, and suspected infection. It also uses the TFP estimates for 362 cities of China for the year 2020, and then uses certain control variables to capture for regional level variations. Now, interestingly, and of course, very importantly, the paper carries out the empirical analysis through a three-step process. First, it regresses the relative TFP level on total number of cases of different types, like say infected, healed, dead, etc. And then the purpose of this regression was to examine the economic impact of COVID-19. Then it constructs an index basically to measure the effectiveness of various policies and in its potential role in alleviating the impact. And then the paper also carries out an analysis on cross-city heterogeneity to understand the role of urban resilience against the pandemic, particularly the adverse impacts of the pandemic. The paper uses data from diverse sources. It uses data from China County Statistical Yearbook. It also uses the public release of real-time crawl statistics on pandemic. And these data are basically sourced from WHO. Then the other source of data is Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention and local media. The major findings of this paper can be summarized under four major aspects. One is the paper finds that the COVID-19 has caused negative impact, by the caseloads in respect of TFP. So TFP has been affected negatively by different types of caseloads in terms of total number of cases, deceased, healed, etc. And then the paper also finds that the quarantine policy, in fact, has been very, very effective in reducing the infected cases. Very interestingly, the paper finds U-shaped relationship between quarantine policies and TFP. This probably signals the harmful impact of over quarantine policies, particularly when we go for taking various policies beyond a certain level, it may cause some adverse impact. That is what this paper basically shows. And then the importance of resilience. The paper recognizes and empirically shows the importance of resilience for long-term productivity changes. And based on this, the paper basically suggests a more region-specific, flexible anti-epidemic policy with a relatively, it talks about, it basically talks about flexible policies to counter some such pandemic. And this flexibility should be across regions. Now, having said that, I have certain observations on the paper, and these observations I have classified under certain broad headings. The first one is basically the focus on variations in TFP across the regions. Interestingly, the paper talks about the situation during the pandemic, particularly it focuses for the year 2020. But at the same time, I think it would be better if the paper carries out a detailed comparative analysis on how the TFP has varied across regions during this pandemic vis-a-vis what was the variation in pre-COVID situation. Now, what the paper has done, basically, the paper has considered the variation, the paper has taken coefficient of variation as a dependent variable in the regression analysis, but a detailed analysis of pre-COVID variations vis-a-vis the variations during the COVID situation would give us a better perspective and to understand the importance of the cases on variations in TFP across the regions. Second is the paper also misses out some insights on the changes in TFP after the first wave, basically to understand how different policies, different interventions have helped in encountering the pandemic and moving to our normalcy. This is very important, particularly considering the second wave of COVID pandemic. Then when I come to the issue of model specification, I'm not very sure, I mean, why to consider all types of cases in the same model, particularly considering the fact that there may be potential multipolarity across these different types of cases. Say, for example, if the number of infected cases, if it is large, then there is a larger possibility that the number of disease cases or healed cases will also be large. So why to consider different types of cases, different types of classifications of the cases into the same model? I'm not very sure about that. I would request Professor Eric to provide some detailed insights in that particular aspect. Then how to control the local level dynamics. Particularly, there may be structural differences across the regions. And the paper is a little silent about that. The differences across regions in various aspects, it may be structural, socioeconomic structure, it may be local level institutional arrangement, it may be provincial policies, etc. Then, why the paper divides the entire set of 360 regions equally into 3 subgroups, basically to according to their resilience level. What the paper basically does, it divides equally all the cities, all the regions into 3 groups. Why not to think of some kind of statistical measure for grouping? Say, for example, mu plus minus sigma, something like that. Then why only total factor productivity? And this, I think, is a very, very important aspect to the best of my understanding, because even if total productivity varies or if it improves, it doesn't necessarily indicate that this enhanced productivity will be translated into higher income, particularly when the market doesn't respond. So why not to think of some kind of impact or outcome oriented variable, like say change in income? Say, for example, how loss of income has varied across different regions instead of looking at only productivity. Because this short run versus long run dynamics would be very, very important. So maybe in the short run, the total productivity is giving some kind of dynamics across the regions, but the situation may change when we move to the long run, and particularly when this productivity is translated into output and then it is taken to the market. Then pandemic TFP relationship, I didn't find much theoretical discussions. So it would be better if the paper provides, or if the paper focuses a bit more on the theoretical part as well. Then econometric analysis. In fact, I found that some important indicators or statistics are missed out while reporting the results. Maybe just it has been done, but it has not been reported in the paper. So say, for example, no detailed discussion on the estimation techniques. I think for the common readers, it would be better if the estimation techniques and the other aspects, different types of tests, etc., are discussed in the methodology section. The paper basically talks about the generalized discourse method, but then nothing detailed about that. Then,
Professor Mishra, sorry, can you wrap up, please?
Just a minute. Sure. So the other issue is basically the statistical significance of the estimated model. And this aspect is very, very important, particularly when we see the R-square value is very low. We understand that in a regression model, R-square value may be very low. At the same time, the model may be statistically significant. So if R-square value is combined with something like, say, for example, what we normally do, we report R-square value along with F statistic. So that will give the better idea about the estimated model. And then we are not sure about if the paper has carried out any test for multipolarity, because as I said, I mean, the type of different cases inclusion, their inclusion in the same model may cause some kind of potential multipolarity problem. Then what we could see that in many cases, many of the variables are not statistically significant. In particular, in table 2 for the dependent variable high variance, we could see that not even a single variable is statistically significant. So what may be the possible reason for this? Then impact of control variables or the details on cluster effects could have been provided in the paper. The paper basically, if I see table 2, it basically talks about yes, but I'm not very sure what are the implications for different types of cluster effects or different types of control variables. And in particular, the results shown in table 3, it's not very clear because in the text, it talks about inverted U-shaped relationship, but in the table, the results are shown only for, I think, linear relationship. I'm not very sure if Professor Eric can just put some insights on that. And then suggestions made. The paper basically suggests the need for specific directions on flexibility in policies. And at the same time, the paper uses index. Now, when we use index, then basically the different dimensions of policies are clubbed into one index. And in the process, what happens, we are not very sure where exactly the flexibility should come in. So for example, is it flexibility in terms of restrictions? Is it flexibility in terms of providing institutional supports? Is it flexibility in terms of providing financial supports? So these aspects, the detailing of policies, particularly in respect of flexibilities, will not be clear unless we have the variables, individual variables included into the model. And then the paper should also provide some policy directions on how to enhance the resilience of other regions. The paper talks about resilience and then encountering the endemic pandemic related implications, but at the same time, how to enhance resilience of different regions. The paper is silent about that. So again, these observations are not to undermine the merit of the paper. The paper provides, as I said, it's a very, very important attempt, very contemporary, provides many, many useful insights, but at the same time, these are some of the observations what the authors can possibly think of while revising the paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mishra, for the very excellent sets of comments. I sort of personally second from the perspective of policymakers in the last points that you're making and elements of flexibilities and policies, and also what is resilience that are being discussed. I mean, that policymakers who are dealing with these issues day in, day out would like to have a sort of guidance of this, learn a lot more of the practical lessons from the Chinese experience. So that's going to be really relevant topic, but it's a little bit more like I second this. That's a suggestion is very important. Let me draw your attention, Professor Eric, that there's also the question in the Q&A box. Maybe you can answer that later on in the Q&A box, please. But in the interest of time, that let's give the floor to the Professor Eric. Professor
Yes,
Eric,
I'm
can
here.
you hear? Okay,
yes.
Good. Please go ahead.
Okay, so quickly speaking, yeah, I'm here. Okay. Thank you very much. Professor, and quite a lot of interesting questions. I'll just quickly respond 3 points. So that leaving the rest of the things the later stage of the revision of the paper. Now, number one is that you're quite right. When we trying to measure this TFP and using it as a dependent variable for the exercise, it's partly because that in majority study at this moment, people trying to just targeting the outcome performance of, economics, growth and so on and so forth, right? But they forget about the efficiency loss, in particular in terms of the input perspective, right? So that's the key reason why we want to, have a look at the relatively longer terms of the impact as well as the efficiency measure. So that's, the TFP measure comes. And related to that is that, whether level of growth type of things should be used. We try both actually, but because of the time constraint as well as, the length constraint of the paper, we didn't report that part of things, but actually we did everything. And as you can see in the, the regression, first regression, we will already control the historical, immediately, like, 2019, TFP level. So that, but we didn't draw the picture in terms of that. On your second point about the measure of, this, pandemic and why we combine like, 4-3. Now still, we did the exercise separately for each of the individual independent variable, but we didn't get a chance to report it in order to make the paper to be more condensed and focus. But you are quite right. Now, which is, in terms of, the correlation between these 4 variables, I need a little bit of explanation that we measure this type of, COVID-19 impact. It's not just to measure the number of it. Actually, we're trying to using the integration of, the spread over time. For the whole period, so that it's not just the number impact, it's about how quickly these or how long this spread of the infection actually got in the problem. In terms of mechanism, actually, why we find that the infection actually plays more impact than even than the deceased, is because the infection actually got more pandemic, more panic. Among the people, so causing the problem in terms of the whole production system. There are quite a lot of other literatures trying to fill the gap in terms of interpretation, the mechanism, how the impact has been transferred. For example, like the shutdown of the shops, as well as other part of things. But you are quite right. Later stage we should putting more explanation. Well, the last bit of the question here, which is to what extent we can help the policy makers design. This is very essential. But getting back to the initial purpose that we want our study at the first one to helping people to understand that this anti-epidemic lockdown policy has the about the cost, which is depending on the situation that the anti-epidemic type of lockdown policy should be imposed with flexibility. Now, if you see the recent change of the Chinese policy actually reflected this part. In the early or even most part of the 2000, China trying to impose a policy like if I identify 1 or 2 and they shut down, right? But this year, like 2021, you can see that they have more flexibility in terms of say if the number of infected get down less than 10 people or something, they gradually recover or reboost the city economy. And then you can see that this type of flexibility actually give more incentive to economic growth in the later. But because we still need more data to accumulate it so that we can know better about the measure for 2021, then we can fill up the gap by understanding whether the new policy actually play a better role. So this is a very good suggestion, and I think I will continue to do that exercise. Now, in terms of the question, which is 2 simple questions on this Q&A part, how TFP is estimated in your data? Okay, the first question here is we're trying to using ACF approach, which is basing on more semi-parametric production function for the estimation. In terms of that, we deal with the potential endogeneity between the labor use and the capital use, which is a quite standard approach. But adding one more point was that in terms of measure of it, we just not focus on this year. We actually make the measure for all this 420 two regions, I mean, back to 1970s for the whole 40 years. But unfortunately, a couple of, I mean, small cities drop up from a sample, I mean, reduce the total sample down to 360 something. It's partly because some of the remote areas didn't get any, I mean, infected cases there. Now, the second question here, is there any differential insights on rural versus urban areas cross region? Yes, I mean, that's a good question. Now, for the, I mean, this study actually we're targeting, I mean, all the regions, prefecture level type of analysis, want to take the average impact. But our sample can really, I mean, distinguish between what I mentioned about 276 municipal cities compared to 150 township type of, I mean, villages, but relatively, I mean, larger scales, I mean, to do the exercise. Yes, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Professor Eric. And it's a very much rich discussion as I think we would like to continue on, but we are very, very behind time, I realize. I'm sorry, I'm not really doing a good job in keeping time, but let us move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Professor Eric and Professor Mishra. That was very interesting discussion. Next speaker, let me introduce Mr. Zhao Wei Gon. Mr. Gon is a postgraduate at the School of Agriculture, Economics and Rural Development, Renmin University of China. He's in research interested in growth theory and productive inequality in public economics. With that, floor is yours, Mr. Gon. Can you come in?
Greetings, professors. Could you hear my voice clearly?
Yes. Do you want to share your presentation?
Okay. Could you see my slides in the full screen?
No, yes, it's not yet full screen. Can you make it full screen, please?
And
okay.
presentation mode, can you do that?
Just next to the minus sign down below. Left corner, you can do that.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
could
wonderful.
you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Now I will start my presentation. Okay. Good morning, every professor and every audiences online. I'm Zhao Wei Gong from Renmin University of China, and the title of the paper today I will report is Narrowing Urban-Rural Income Gap in China, the role of targeted poverty alleviation program. And by the end of 2020, China has achieved the goal of eliminating poverty in rural areas. The poverty incidence has declined from 23.2 in 2012 to 0 in 2020, indicating that the problem of absolute poverty in rural China has been eliminated better. And the existing literature has concluded that China's targeted poverty alleviation program, the TPA program, which is officially implemented nationwide in 2016, contributes most to the victory of poverty reduction battle. And we summarize the previous studies and can divide them into two directions. One targeted at introducing TPA program and investigating the mechanism of implementation systems. For example, the Li, Guo, and Liu summarize the history of the implementation of TPA program and conclude the experience of the triumph of the China's poverty reduction battle. And other scholars such as Zheng, Si, and Cheng pays more attention to investigating the governmental behaviors and administrative efficiency under the TPA program, such as the meritocratic promotion and bureaucratic behaviors of government officials in the implementation process of TPA program in China. This is the first direction. And another direction, some articles examine the socio-economic effects of the TPA program on various outcomes, including the income rates of rural households and the livelihood capital accumulation, the healthcare and data quality improvement of poor rural households, and the improvement in educational performances of students from rural households. However, the income distribution effect of the TPA program, especially the urban-rural income inequality, has not been examined. Therefore, we extend the existing literature and investigate to what extent and how China's TPA program may affect the urban-rural income gap, which is also called the URIG. The figure below shows the dynamic change of the URIG, which is measured by the gap ratio of urban household disposable income to that of the rural household for the period between 1978 to 2020 in China. We see that the income gap ratio between urban household and the rural household fluctuates from 2.57 in 1978 and peaked at 3.33 in 2009. Then has declined from 3.33 to 2.56 in 2020. In terms of the average disposable income of urban households and the rural households, we see that the rural households per capita disposable income has increased approximately 82% after 2013, from nearly $1,500 in 2013 to $2,500 in 2020. The growth rate of the rural household disposable income exceeds that of the urban household disposable income by nearly 20%. Although the growth rate of the rural household average disposable income exceeds that of the urban household disposable income, the urban-rural income gap in China is still large. And in 2020, we see that the urban-rural income gap ratio is 2.56. Therefore, we know that the urban-rural divide is positively correlated to the relative poverty level and the farmers' risk of returning back to poverty in China. Therefore, we think it is necessary and significant to study the issue of the urban-rural income gap and to investigate how China's TPA program, the rural-oriented policies, may affect the urban-rural income gap. Okay, and we think in this paper, our contributions may have 4 aspects. First, we present and discuss the mechanisms to illustrate how different development strategies implemented under the TPA program influences the URIG. I will discuss 5 unconventional strategies implemented under the TPA program in the following slide. And second, unlike the previous studies targeted at investigating the URIG effect of the urban-based policies in China, such as Wang et al. In 2014 and Guan et al.'s finding in 2018 and Wang et al.'s finding in 2019. This paper targeted at rural-oriented policies and use quantitative estimation to study the impact of the TPA program on URIG. And second, we applied a unique data set. We manually, since in this paper, we used the prefecture level cities during 2010 to 2020, the whole policy period of the TPA program, to investigate the impact of the TPA program on URIG. However, in the data in 2020 is not published in China's statistical yearbook. Hence, we manually collected the data from the government website, especially the statistical bulletin or national economy and social development, which is covered 279 prefecture level cities to study this issue. And fourth, we explore the heterogeneous effects across the western, central, and the eastern regions in China. Since we think this question is worthy of exploring because notable differences exist in socioeconomic conditions, institutional arrangements, and resource endowments across geographical locations. And in China, the western is underdeveloped and the eastern regions is developed. Yeah, we think it is necessary to explore the heterogeneous effects of the TPA program on URIJ across different regions. We analyze how the TPA program may affect the URIJ in China from the perspective of how the TPA program may affect the urban household disposable income. We think we investigate the 5 unconventional strategies implemented under the TPA program to study how these 5 strategies may affect the disposable income of rural households by increasing farmers' revenue, including the farm income and the non-farm income, but also decreasing or saving their living expenses so that increase their disposable income and reducing the urban-rural income gap. And the 5 unconventional strategies under the TPA program are business development, educational support program, and relocation and resettlement, the ecological compensation, and social security. They may affect farmers' income, farmers' agricultural income, and off-farm income, and also their living expenses. First, the business development strategy. Here, we think that the TPA program first encourage farmers to improve their production diversification level and also boost the commercialization of the agricultural products so as to increase their agricultural revenue. Besides, Huang Ito also found that after the TPA program, the e-commerce poverty reduction platform was also launched in China. For example, Chinese government also launched the National Rural E-commerce Comprehensive Demonstration Project in 2014, so that the e-commerce, in the emergency of e-commerce in rural China may push farmers to find off-farm employment in rural areas or push them into urban sector to find high salary opportunities, so that increase their non-farm income. And the second strategy is educational support. This may affect the non-farm income and the living expenses of the rural households. Referring to the living expenses, for example, the textbook fees waive and the meal subsidy may help farmers to better save their living expenses so that increase their disposable income. Besides, Chinese government also launched some vocational trainings in rural areas to improve farmers' ability to find non-farm employment, so that increase their non-farm income and disposable income. Besides, educational support is also correlated with the intergenerational transformation of poverty and the human capital accumulation. And from a long perspective, it may boost farmers. It may help farmers to increase their disposable income. And the third strategy under the TPA program is a relocation and resettlement. Here, so many scholars have investigated this aspect, and they concluded that the relocation and resettlement, the governmental financial support under the relocation and resettlement projects can better save farmers' living expenses in new settlements, which equals to nearly 90% of the construction investment. Besides, after the relocation and resettlement of those poor farmers, Chinese government also launched some non-farm jobs. Also launched some vocational trainings for these farmers to help them find off-farm job opportunities in China. And the fourth strategy is the ecological compensation. Here, for example, like the sloping land conversion program, the SLCP, and the grassland ecological compensation policy, the JECP, may better affect the disposable income of rural households. For example, to boost some ecological industries in rural areas. And finally, the social security strategy. This is directly correlated with the living expenses of farmers, so that it may better it may help farmers to save their living expenses, so that increase their disposable income. And based on the above analysis, we hypothesize that the TPA program may effectively and significantly reduce the urban-rural income gap in China. And we will test our hypothesis in the following sections. And we employ the fixed effects model to measure how the TPA program may affect the URIJ in China. Hence, our independent variable is selected as tail index, and we also use a gap ratio of urban household disposable income to rural household disposable income to make a robustness test. The reason why we choose tail index is that the previous studies have documented that the tail index not only captures the income ratio of urban and rural households, but also reveals the changes in the urbanization rate. That means this index, we can see the formula in this slide, and one represents the urban areas, and two represent the rural areas. I represent the total income level in the urban or rural areas, and the P represent the total population in those two areas. We can see that this tail index can not only measures the income level, but also measures the population change of the regional population change, so that it would be much better than gap ratio to just measuring the income ratio of urban and rural households. And the higher tail index indicates a larger income disparity between urban and rural households. And our explanatory variable, the core explanatory variable is the TPA program dummy, which divides years into two blocks, that is before or after 2016. Since the CPC Central Committee and the State Council issued the decision on winning the battle against poverty by the end of 2015. After that, the TPA program has been promoted nationwide since 2016. Therefore, we constructed this TPA program dummy variable to investigate how the TPA program to investigate that before or after the TPA program, the implementation of TPA program, how the tail index in China has changed. We also add some control variables, such as the GDP per capita and its square function, the urbanization rate, the industrial structure, which is measured by the ratio of the added value of primary sector to the real GDP in China. And we also choose the public expenditure, the foreign direct investment, and the loan debts. All of them are standardized by divided by the real GDP to make a standardization. We also add the educational level, which is measured by the ratio of the students in higher educational institutions to the total population. And we also add the population density, the innovation output, which is measured by the number of granted patents per 10,000 capital, taking the form of natural logarithm to investigate our our studies.
Mr. Gon, can you wrap up in 2 minutes, please? Thank you.
Okay. And this is the descriptive statistics of our study. And we found that the gap ratio for the whole period between 2010 to 2012 is 2.48 or 2.40, indicating that there exists a relatively large gap ratio between urban and rural households in China. And this is our empirical results. We found that the coefficients of the TPA program variable, our core explanatory variable, is negative, and it is 0.022, and it is significant at the 99% level. And we also employed the Hausman test to find that the fixed effects model are more effective. So that was based on our estimations, we found that the TPA program has reduced the URIJ by nearly 27%, which equals to the coefficients we estimated in the fixed effects model divided by the average level of tail index we summarized in the descriptive statistics. And we also got some interesting findings, such as the effect of the GDP growth on URIJ in China between 2010 to 2020 is a U-shaped curve, which is opposite to the Kuznets curve, but it's consistent with the findings of Professor Lin. We also found that the urbanization rate and the fiscal expenditure and openness innovation output is significantly narrowed down the urban-rural income gap in China, but the loan debts may augment the URIJ in China instead.
Mr. Gon, sorry, time is up. Can you wrap up, please?
Okay. I will be quick. Sorry. Okay. And we also use a gap ratio to make robustness, and the findings are consistent with the previous with our baseline estimations. We also test the heterogeneous effects of the TPA program on URIJ. Since in China, in the western region is underdeveloped and the eastern region is developed, but there exist notable differences in socioeconomic conditions, institutional arrangements, and other factors across geographical locations. We want to investigate the heterogeneous effects so that we can better analyze the effects of TPA program on URIJ in China. And we found that in the western region, the coefficients is larger than the central and the western region. And the reason, and it is significant at the 1% and at the 1% confidence level. We think that the reason include two aspects. First is that the large projects, including the SLCP and the JECP and poverty alleviation resettlement projects, are mainly implemented in the West China. And the second the URIG reduction was much easier to achieve in West China, indicating that in West China, we can see that the tail index is intrinsically larger than the central and eastern regions, so that it is much more easily to achieve alleviation to achieve URIG reduction in Western region. And the robustness test also is also consistent with the estimations of the tail index. Finally, we conclude and provide some remaining questions. And through our findings demonstrated that from 2010 to 2020, China's TPA program substantially reduces the income inequality between urban and rural households, narrowing the URIG by 27%. And the heterogeneous effect test suggests that the TPA program has exerted a greater influence on relatively underdeveloped Western regions. Besides, we also provide some interesting evidence for other factors that may affect URIG, including the U-shaped relationship between the economic growth and the URIG, and the negative effect of the urbanization, fiscal expenditure, the FDI, the technological progress on URIG. And we also found that the an increase in loan debts may augment the URIG instead. And finally, we think there are still some remaining questions needed to be investigated in the future. First, from a macro level, in this paper, we theoretically analyze the mechanisms that how the TPA program may affect URIG. But these mechanisms but due to the lack of relevant data, the mechanisms are not testable. And in the future, I think it is worth to be investigated in the future. And second is a macro level. We call for a randomized control trial, which is called RCT, based on individual survey to investigate how those rural-oriented policies, such as China's TPA program, may affect especially the relative poverty and the risk of returning back to poverty in rural areas. I think this is still need to be further investigated in the future. This is our presentation.
Thank you.
And thanks
Thank you, Mr. Gong, for very, very detailed presentation. Let me now invite the discussion of Ms. Dr. Jia Li from Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology. Dr. Li graduated from Kobe University. She's a special researcher of the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science and a postdoctoral fellow at the Tsinghua University. And also, she also is a lecturer at the Business School of Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology. She has extensive field work in important areas in China, and also she majors in the development economics. So let me invite Dr. Li.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm sharing my screen right now. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes, perfect.
I don't know why I cannot share my screen right now. Okay, could you share the screen?
We'll share it from our side. Yeah, we'll share it from our side.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's really my great honor to be the discussant of this paper. And I would like to thank the speaker, Mr. Gong, for giving us an interesting presentation. And first, I would like to give some very brief background information on the TPA program. Can you move to the next slide? So the TPA program is a policy initiative in China to support rural development and reduce poverty. And since the implementation of this TPA program in 2014, poverty identification has shifted from regional targeting to household targeting in China. And per household with registered cards have received more financial subsidies and policy assistance through this program. So the main objective of this paper is to examine the effectiveness of this TPA program from the perspective of urban-rural income gap. So to briefly summarize the main message of this paper, they used panel dataset of around 300 cities during 2010 and 2020 to explore the influence of the TPA program on the urban-rural income gap measured by the cell index. And they found that the TPA program significantly narrowed the urban-rural income gap, and its effects were largest in the underdeveloped Western region. And the contribution of this paper, I think the largest contribution of this paper is that it provide evidence on the effectiveness of the TPA program from the perspective of the urban-rural income gap, which is absent in existing literature. It is an interesting and important topic, not only from the academic perspective, but also from the policy perspective, because after China eradicated absolute poverty in 2020, next policy agenda for the Chinese government is to reduce relative poverty and the urban-rural inequality. Now, from now, I would like to provide like comments or suggestions from the following 5 perspectives. And the first one is about the measurement of urban-rural income gap. And in this paper, they used the per capita disposable income in both urban and rural areas to calculate the outcome variable, and they collected data from provincial and city level statistical yearbooks. One concern of this measurement is that it didn't take into account of the regional living costs. So we all know that the living costs are higher in urban areas than in the rural areas. So the actual income gap between rural and urban households may be smaller than what has been shown by the data. And in this case, the urban-rural income gap may be overestimated. And another concern is that in the conceptual framework, they talked about 5 measures in the TPA program as shown in figure 3. I think some benefits of the TPA program cannot be really reflected in the disposable income. For example, as far as I know, in the relocation and resettlement program, the government usually build or help to rebuild their houses for the per household, but it cannot be directly reflected in the disposable income they used. So in this case, they may also overestimate the urban-rural income gap as well. And the second one is about the outcome variable as well. And in this paper, they are trying to measure the impact of the TPA program from the perspective income. But in reality and in practice, the Chinese government identify poverty through a multidimensional approach, which means that it is commonly termed as 2 assurance and 3 guaranteeing, which means that the ultimate objective of the TPA program is to ensure people don't have to worry about food and clothing and have access to compulsory education, basic medical service, and safe housing. And that's why in the literature review part, you mainly find that people evaluate the effectiveness of this program from the perspective of education, health, and the other aspects instead of income. So using income as the outcome variable may not fully capture the influence of the TPA program as well. And the third comment is about the definition of the TPA program, your treatment variable. So the concept of the TPA program was put forward by President Xi in 2013, and China started to work on this from 2014. So I wonder why you define it as a dummy variable since 2016 and afterwards. And another issue is that the TPA program is a dynamic process. So in 2014, there were more than 800 poverty-stricken counties, covering almost over 20 provinces in the central and western parts of China. But by the end of 2019, it decreased to 42 counties. So your treatment group is changing over time. Besides, even though it's a nationwide campaign, so compared with the eastern region, as you mentioned as well, the central and western region have a large number of poor people, and the task of poverty reduction is heavy in the western and central region of China. So during your period of analysis, some province, especially in the eastern region, they may not implement the TPA program, or they have already eradicated poverty. So defining your treatment variable as a dummy variable, we lost a lot of information. So I think you may need to reconsider the definition of the TPA program, this treatment variable, and take the dynamic nature of the TPA program into your consideration. The first comment is about the regional differences. It's very standard way in literature about China is to divide the whole China into 3 regions and look at the heterogeneous effect. But what is absent is what can explain the regional differences in the effectiveness of the TPA program. It's due to the amount of budget, or the efficiency in local government, or the capability of local cadres, or difference in the poverty reduction strategies. You mentioned that they are due to the lack of data, you cannot do that, but I think you can try the amount of budget, because the provincial government usually put the relevant information on their official website during this process, and you can collect the relevant data and look at whether the amount of budget can explain the effectiveness in the regional difference. And the last comment you also mentioned in your last slide of your presentation is about the mechanism. So how did the TPA program translate into a decline in urban-rural income gap? So we all know that almost all the poor people that are living in rural areas and depending on the agriculture. So I think in your conceptual framework, you also mentioned 2 mechanisms. One is from living expenses, another from a non-farm income. And I think you can combine your analysis with nationally representative micro household level data to see whether people living in the provinces where have heavy financial budgets to combat poverty has increased their non-farm income. So that's all my comments and suggestions. I hope it will be useful for revising your paper. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee, for the valid comments and also keeping it in time. Thank you so much. Mr. Gong, would you like to respond?
Yes. Yeah, I think Dr. Lee's comments and the advisements are really useful and precious for our revisements, and we will revise our paper further based on your suggestions and recommendations. Thank you so much.
That was very brief, Edison. Thank you for this contribution, for your keeping in time.
No, I think Dr. Lee's comment was very valuable, and,
yes,
we really appreciate.
Yes.
I think it will help us to improve our paper significantly. We'll try to, do our best to take into account her comments, and maybe we'll try to reach out to her to seek further help and guidance. We really appreciate and thank you so much, Dr. Lee.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Dil, this is a very important topic that within the ADB, also particularly for the Greater Mekong regional discussion with the ASEAN countries. There has been a lot of actually papers that the discussion on this evaluation of a TPA, and then try to replicate the elements of the success, and then that extract that and then try to replicate in ASEAN countries. But see, this as you presented, just so massive, and also the this comprehensive programs, and then maybe the replication might be a little bit difficult to consider. But anyhow, from our perspective, in the past discussion about the replicating success in China and elsewhere, it's going to be really helpful to just articulate about the sort of scale up program, if you say it, and to understand this budget wise. And I think Dr. Lee pointed out a little bit on this, and definition of what is TPA. A lot of things goes in there, and there must be a lot of variation, also budgetary sort of a variation, and then affecting number of people also is going to be different. So for the policy makers perspective, that kind of the outline of what it is that the treatment and the budget scales and so forth, that's going to be very useful. So with that,
I think maybe like Professor Wang Ling is also here. He's also the co-author. He might want to share a few points. If Professor Wang Ling, would you like to?
Oh yes, okay, yes. Because Mr. Gong is currently a first-year master student, probably it's very hard for him to address some questions. But generally, he's doing fantastic work because he's just a first-year master student. Yes, so in China, the TPA program was proposed in 2013 and formally implemented in 2014. That's why we use 2014 as a base year to create the dummy variable. And yes, definitely I agree with Dr. Lee that the measurement would be overestimated because we didn't control the living costs. Definitely, the urban areas have higher living costs than urban areas, because the data were manually collected by Mr. Gong and other people. I'm not sure whether we can collect the data such as budget or living costs from the official statistics yearbook. I mean, if we can collect data, those data, definitely we can do further analysis by controlling for those variables. For example, when we do the disaggregated analysis by geographical locations, it's better to look at the role of a budget in influencing the poverty gap, urban rural poverty gap reduction. I mean, it depends on the data availability. Definitely, we will talk with other co-authors to check the availability of the data. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your very valuable comments.
Yeah, thank you very much for your response.
Thank you. And let me just draw your attention to Mr. Gong. There's the questions in the Q&A box, and can you please respond to that as to how fiscal expenditures are negatively affected by TPA? It really did. It might be massive, I don't know, but anyway, can you, if you can respond to the Q&A, and then while we move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much for a good presentation and nice discussion, Dr. Lin and Mr. Gong. Thank you so much. And I'm Professor Wiley. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now, thank you. So now we move on to the last speaker. This is my the sort of most expected presentation from the Professor Mishra. If I may, can I invite Professor Mishra back and then share his screen, please?
Thank you.
This is about the inclusive interpretation. This is something very exciting topic. Thank you. And would you like to put it in the presentation mode?
Is it okay now?
Would you like to put it into the presentation mode? Oh yeah,
I have already put.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Again, I would like to thank ADBI and also the conference organizers for giving us this opportunity to share the experiences from a project what we have converted into this paper. And we would like to look forward the valuable comments from those who are present here so that we can revise this paper accordingly. And as I said, I mean, this paper is basically based on experiences that we have gathered through a project. This project is basically entitled as Promoting Socially Inclusive and Sustainable Agricultural Intensification and in West Bengal and Bangladesh. This project is funded by Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, and it is a multi-country project in the sense that we have project partners from India, from Bangladesh, and obviously from Australia. And the project sites are located in India and Bangladesh, but here we are basically talking about the experiences what we have gathered from 2 selected villages of West Bengal, India. So we would like to thank Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research for funding this study, and also would like to thank other project partners for their valuable comments and suggestions at different stages of writing this paper. Now, I start with the context of this paper. The context of this paper starts with existence of a very large proportion of smallholder farmers in India and also in West Bengal. And here, when I talk about smallholder farmers, we are basically including small and marginal farmers, and also to some extent the landless. And these smallholder farmers often encounter the problem of limited capacity and capabilities. Capabilities particularly in the form of accessing different markets, accessing resources, using technology, etc. They have also very limited access to and affordability for modern technology and quality inputs, which would be very, very important for sustaining in this sector and having a reasonable income from farming, particularly for the small farmers who have always the problem of limited scale of farming. And they also encounter the problem of imperfections in markets and weak institutions. And these 2 problems in particular often make the problem more critical. And then obviously the question is how to include these smallholder farmers in the intensification process. And particularly when the challenges are very complex, and this issue in particular is often discussed, debated, and here we are basically trying to provide some insights what we have gathered throughout the journey of this project that we have been engaged since 2016. Here basically in this particular paper we are basically focusing on the need and ways of development of necessary capitals and capabilities of the smallholder farmers for mitigating the climate-related risks, adopting new technologies, and adopting modern farming practices, how they can participate in value chains, and how they can access the output market. So here we are trying to understand the role of capitals and capabilities and how the farmer can possess and how they can participate and how they can be included into the process of these different aspects like adapting climatic risks, mitigating climatic risks, adapting new technologies, etc. And the problem can also be seen from the perspective of the smallholder farmers' failures in negotiating with the middlemen and having access to the output market, as I talked about in the very last slide. In the previous slide, we talked about certain kind of problems that the farmers often encounter in respect of production process and partly in marketing process. And here we are basically emphasizing on the potential roles of markets where the smallholder farmers can survive and they can have reasonable income from farming. so that they have enough incentive to continue in farming. And here the challenge is basically bargaining effectively with the big corporate houses when the market is open. And other major hindrances for the smallholder farmers are basically in respect of their limited, as I said, limited access to critical inputs like irrigation and credit. And they also face the problem of having limited extension services. And the technology adoption then becomes very critical, particularly when extension services are limited and infrastructure facilities are not adequately available. So now there are dualities. On the one hand, we talk about large scale of farming and greater economic efficiency. On the other hand, we see the smallholding farming are more viable for creating larger livelihood opportunities and providing food security. So how to encounter, how to balance these dualities, and what set of policies and institutions we require, given the fact that policy and institutional failures may slow down the growth that we have often talked about in respect of Indian agriculture sector. So how the policies and institutional approaches can be revised so that the smallholder farmers can be accommodated in the process. And now the context of the paper can also be seen in respect of the recent reforms in Indian agriculture sector, particularly in terms of amendment and introduction of acts. These three acts are basically targeted toward providing greater flexibility to the farmers, to the entrepreneurs, those who are engaged in the process of exports, and those who are engaged in the process of value addition for agricultural produce. So the question here is how the smallholder farmers can be accommodated given the changes in acts, institutional structures, policies, etc., and what type of capabilities and capitals they require, and how the same can be developed. In particular, what should be the pathways to follow for greater inclusiveness of smallholder farmers in the process. So the objective of this paper is basically of threefold. On the one hand, we are trying to understand how the engagement with the farming community throughout the journey of our project with various stakeholders, including the farming community, and various types of interventions have resulted in development of various capitals. In particular, here we are focusing on individual and social capitals and capabilities. We are also trying to understand if the existing capitals and capabilities of the farmers are sufficient for their survival under the new regime of farm policies and regulations. And the third one is basically based on these experiences, what may be the potential pathways to overcome various constraints and development of necessary capitals and capabilities. So this is the conceptual framework where we are talking about, on the one hand, different types of capitals and how they can be integrated with public investment towards generation of livelihood, greater agricultural intensification, in combination with different policies, laws, culture, behavioral aspects, etc., and how this entire process can be translated into certain desirable outcomes in the form of sustainable livelihoods, empowerment and social inclusion, entitlement and access, self-efficacy, and bringing in reflection and fairness of the target groups into the process of decision making, so that there is enough resilience to various types of risks and shocks. And here the entire approach is centered around the process of ethical community engagement, basically how to engage with the farming community, who are the primarily target groups of this work, and how they can be integrated with other types of stakeholders. So that study area is like this. We have selected 2 villages from the Indian state of West Bengal, And this is very important given the fact that about 96% of holdings belong to the smallholder farmers, and average operated area per holding is only around 0.64 hectares, as it was in the year 2015 and 16. So the operational holding, we have seen there has been marginal decline across different farm sizes. So if we think of enhancing farm productivity and income, then what should be the intervention? Because that is very, very important for overall improvement in living standard in rural West Bengal. And these aspects we are trying to see in this paper from different types of interventions that we have made in the project. As I said, I mean, promoting socially inclusive and sustainable agricultural intensification, which is abbreviated as CRD. And this project is, we have tried to see the experiences from this project in combination with the sister projects that have been implemented in the same study villages. So 2 study villages, and the map here shows the location of these 2 study villages. And as you can see, majority of the workforce of these 2 villages are basically engaged in agriculture. And in this particular study, we didn't carry out any empirical analysis as such. We have basically tried to understand the process. So we have relied largely on qualitative aspects of the process of change. But at the same time, we have used some secondary data to understand the context. So the secondary data are basically sourced from the Census of India. And also we have gathered some data from the local NGO. This NGO is Center for Development of Human Initiative, and this NGO is also a partner of this project. And primary data and information we have gathered from these 2 study villages through repeated process, particularly in the form of several visits to the study villages and the nearby markets, repeated engagements and interactions with the farmers, engagement with other stakeholders like, say, input sellers, intermediaries, extension officials, etc. And also we have carried out focus group discussions separately with both male and female members to understand if the perspectives, objectives, aspirations, etc. are different across these 2 groups, so that we can design the pathways keeping in mind greater inclusion of female farmer in the process. And we have relied on descriptive statistics to a certain extent. And as I said, I mean, basically qualitative analysis of information to explore the impact of interventions and development of capitals and capabilities. So the intervention basically, we can say that it started with formation of smallholder farmers collectives. And here we are talking about 6 collectives that were formed when this project started. And this left-hand side of the slide basically talks about composition of different collectives. And interestingly, there are collectives that are headed by female members. And the collectives also include some landless farmers. And then the project also aimed at promoting crop diversification in these 2 study villages. And the table in the right-hand side basically talks about the extent of crop diversification under different collectives. The other interventions basically include enabling the farmers to get access to the land rights and the certificate on their identity so that they can access the benefits of different government programs and other kind of support services. We also organize different types of workshops on development of inclusive value chains, how the smallholder farmers can participate in different types of value chains and they can enhance their income. And then also workshops were organized on bioeconomic modeling. This bioeconomic modeling is basically a tool that we have developed in this project, basically to process different types of information and building the scenario so that the farmers can take more appropriate and more informed decisions while farming, basically in respect of which crop to cultivate and how to cultivate. We have also relied on repeated meetings with the community for discussion on their problems, conflicts that can arise within the collectives or across the collectives, and we have tried to resolve those issues through the process of engagement with the community. And then various training programs were also organized, particularly in respect of technology adoption, in particular like zero tillage farming, use of improved variety of seeds, protected farming, solar irrigation system, etc. I think there was a paper yesterday presented by Niladri on experiences in respect of protective farming in these 2 study villages. And I'm not getting into the details of different types of interventions that we have made, particularly in respect of formation of various capitals and what have been the observed changes vis-a-vis the expected outcomes. Rather, I'll focus on the summary of different types of capitals, development of different types of capitals, and the observed changes in the study villages. So we have focused here on development of 5 major capitals: physical, natural, social, human, and financial. And what we basically see in the study villages, that through this process of engagements and interventions, in many cases, the farmers have come together in particular to experiment cultivating different types of crops through different processes as compared to what they were traditionally habituated with. Just I will cite a couple of examples here. One example is definitely cultivating off-season high-value cash crops. Say, for example, if a small farmer has limited amount of land, and if the farmer continues farming, say paddy in the traditional way, then the farmer may not have adequate income to survive from farming. And this may provide some kind of disincentive for the farmers to continue in farming and may force the farmer to either migrate or search for some other or alternative livelihood opportunity. So what we have seen in the study villages, when infrastructure support is given, when technology support is given, and the farmers are guided through the process, then the farmers can start cultivating high-value cash crops. And when they cultivate high-value cash crops, even in a limited piece of land, this can give them larger income when they cultivate these crops in off-season, when there is limited supply of these crops in the market, and the farmers can reap higher price. But again, there is a potential challenge. The potential challenge is that in one experiment, we have seen the farmers were encouraged to cultivate broccoli, and there was no local market for broccoli because farmers cannot travel, a smallholder farmer cannot travel long with very limited amount of produce, covering the transportation cost, covering the other type of opportunity cost, and sell the product in a distant market where potentially there can be a market for broccoli. So the question here is how to integrate these smallholder farmers with value chain and supply chain so that they can get the right price for their produce, and they can be encouraged and they can have enough incentive to continue farming high value cash crop in limited piece of land. So
Mr. Sorry, can you wrap up? The time is out.
Yeah, sure. So I'm not getting into the details of these interventions, but at the same time, there are certain challenges. The challenges we have tried to address in this emerging pathway. This pathway is basically talking about we need to see the process of technology transfer. When we transfer the technology, we need to see if there is enough access to water. whether the farmer can have solar-based irrigation system, then whether the farmer can go for modernizing the farming practices through, say, polyhouse formation, say another modern technique like zero tillage farming and use of high-yielding variety seeds. Now, given this, an obvious question is which crop to cultivate. So crop choice is a very critical issue for the farmers. And in that case, they need to have enough information and they need to have processed information. And a farmer cannot manually or mentally process huge set of information. So we have tried to develop a bioeconomic modeling tool where information can be given and the model can process the information and build different scenarios. And if this can be taken to the farmers for reflections, the farmers can decide, the farmers can think of it, farmers can decide which crop to cultivate. So this sort of technological intervention is also very, very important. Then other kind of supports can be provided through the technicians, through other experts, and of course NGOs, the community-based organizations can also have very important role to play in this regard. Then different types of engagement process throughout these interventions, and then converting inputs through engagement into output. And the output can be seen in terms of higher cropping intensity. It can be seen in terms of lessening the mismatch between potentially and utilized irrigated land, promoting crop diversification, cultivation of off-season crops. It can be seen in respect of improvement in decision-making ability, particularly of women and their greater engagement in the farming process, and continuing collective farming to increase the bargaining power and also the scale of farming, and also sharing the risks and responsibilities. And in that process, we can have certain impacts in the short run, like improvement in soil fertility, productivity. We can have greater market linkages, infrastructure development, women empowerment, self-efficacy, etc. And these can subsequently be translated into certain long-term impacts like higher and stable income, market development for high-value cash and nutritious crops. Nutrition-sensitive agriculture can be promoted in the process, and this can be scaled up further through formation of farmer-producer organizations. So given this pathway, and one more thing, I mean, we are basically proposing that this entire process should be guided by the principle of ethical community engagement. Now, given this, there are certain trade-offs. What I would like to highlight in this concluding remark, we understand the role of crop diversification in reducing production and market-related risks and providing stable livelihood opportunities. But at the same time, there is a trade-off between development of clusters of a few crops, which can create some identity of a particular locality for cluster of a few crops, so that the traders can be attracted enough and the various types of transaction costs can be reduced. A market can be developed at a larger scale. So the trade-off here is basically development of cluster versus diversifying the crop basket. Which one to prefer and how to decide. Second critical issue is basically production or cultivation of high-value cash crops versus nutritious items. And this is a very, very important decision for the small and marginal farmers, because nutrition-sensitive agriculture is also very, very important. Now, there are certain challenges. Given that our experiences have been guided by the activities of the collectives, we also try to understand the different constraints that the farmers' collectives often face. What we have seen, when there is lack of enough incentive, many of the farmers prefer to leave the collectives, and hardly we see any new members joining the groups. So this also we have seen. At the same time, we have seen new collectives coming up. So we need to understand these dynamics, because if smallholder farmers are to be included into the process of intensification in an inclusive and sustainable manner, role of the collectives will be very, very important. Then we need to understand how to incentivize the existing members enough to continue in collective farming, and how to develop new collectives so that there can be cluster of collectives, and these collectives can subsequently be converted into farmer producer organizations.
Sorry, Professor Mishra, can I
Just
stop
I will
you
take
there?
a few seconds.
Okay.
Then interventions under CRD and sister projects have led to definitely certain positive outcomes in respect of awareness, self-efficacy, collective actions, resource mobilization, women empowerment, sense of entitlement, etc. But at the same time, the challenge is basically to balance social inclusion and sustainability. And I'm not getting into the detail, but often we see some kind of trade-off between the two. So question here is, what should be the direction for building up capabilities and capacities of the smallholder farmers, so that these aspects can also be balanced? And the COVID-19 pandemic induced slump in economic activities, and continuation of the supporting incentives such as follow-up engagement with the community and other government initiatives and private organizations would also be very, very important. So potentially, these are some of the areas what can provide enough scope for continuing this research and making the pathways that we have proposed more robust subsequently. Thank you. Thank you so much. These are some of the pictures through our, through which we have been engaged with the farming community and different stakeholders throughout this journey. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. So let me just invite the discussion, Ms. Tilani Kaushalia. Sorry for the poor pronunciation. Tilani is a senior research professional at the Center for Poverty Analysis in Sri Lanka. And she works in a basic services and social protection program. And then she has the master's degree in agriculture and applied economics from Virginia Tech University, USA. Her research interests is in food security, rural development, education. Tilani, do you want to come in?
So thank you very much, Dr. Michiko, for the introduction, and also let me begin my discussion by congratulating.
Tilani, we can't hear you. I think you need to come closer to the mic.
Okay, and let me increase the volume. Is it clear now? Is it clear a bit? Okay.
Yes, better.
Okay, good. Let me begin my discussion by congratulating Professor Pulak and his team on this interesting and very relevant and insightful paper. So it raises a lot of questions if somebody wants to empirically analyze and investigate some research questions. So it raises more interesting questions. So I will begin my discussion with some of the key highlights of the paper. So as Professor Pulak explicitly explained, so this intensive agricultural farming practices has occurred at the expenses of growing socioeconomic divide between affluent landowner farmers and also socially disadvantaged groups, specifically women farmers and also land constrained farmers, smallholder farmers. In India itself, it's about 87% of the farmers had smallholder farmers, and they had land size of around 0.66 hectares in 2016. This is not only relevant for in Indian context, but also in South Asian context as well. This is a very important observation. Even in Sri Lankan case, we receive from the total agricultural production, we get more than 80% from the smallholder farmers. So it is highly relevant. And also given that these smallholder farmers are risk, I mean, they are the ones who are facing more climate related risk and also yield risk. and also market-related risks. So it is very relevant to make the include smallholder farmers in the entire agriculture intensification process in more very inclusive manner. So therefore, this paper identifies the importance of the inclusive and sustainable agricultural intensification among smallholder farmers, and they try to assess the process of inclusive and sustainable intensification of agricultural practices, at the same time identifying the constraints and opportunities that they've experienced throughout the project. So as Professor Pulak explained already, the paper is using a more qualitative approach, and also it is based on the project interventions at two selected villages in West Bengal, India. In terms of the key findings, so they found that the collective resource use and also collective actions can be potentially lead to the inclusion of smallholder farmers and women in the agricultural intensification process. And in addition, paper highlights and raises questions on some of the opportunities and also constraints they experienced during the project intervention. So some of the opportunities that the paper discussed is that the growing interest of joining the collective and also forming the agricultural collective groups, especially among women and also landless, land-constrained farmers. And in addition, it shows some examples of increased crop diversification and as well as increased human and social capital among these smallholder farmers. In terms of the constraints, market-based issues in the supply chain were discussed in the paper. For example, identifying the consumer preferences at the rural level. For example, the cultivation of broccoli, even though it is a very highly nutritious crop, there were less consumer preference among rural consumers. So we need to consider some of these aspects in terms of providing better project intervention in future projects. And in addition to that, members tend to leave in the long run. There was some less motivation for members to join the collective groups if there wasn't any incentives for that. When Professor Pulak talked about the providing intensives, I believe that it's important to for the intense incentives should come within the collective to maintain the sustainability of the project. And also, paper discusses the importance of having local institutions and as well as community-based organizations for the continued sustainability of this inclusive and intensification of agricultural process. With that, I would like to highlight some of the strengths of this paper. So the paper provided a very comprehensive literature review, including how the policy background and the development towards the very comprehensive multidimensional way of looking at project outcomes using the modified sustainable livelihood assessment approach as the framework. So I think it is a good way to look at the whole and entire project, put it in the context. So that's a good way of selecting the conceptual framework. And in addition to that, the paper used the collection of different methods of qualitative data, for example, focus group discussions, and as well as key person interviews and some of the observational visits. So it is, given the nature of this study is qualitative, it is important to gather data from various sources and triangulate the study findings to provide better, further substantiate the findings. And also the paper used secondary data from census in 2011 to support some of the qualitative information. So it provided the basic socioeconomic descriptive statistics for the 2 villages in the study region. And also the use of community engagement approach is very useful to validate some of the findings and as well as make the project interventions and study findings more inclusive manner. And
Tilani,
also,
you have 2 more minutes to.
Okay, I'll quickly go through.
Thank you.
So in addition, this proper, as I explained earlier, it provides good evidence for the opportunities and the challenges faced during the venture project. And some suggestions to improve the paper further, I would suggest in the methodology and the data section, the reasoning for selecting these 2 villages that come that can mention quite earlier in the data section, where the paper introduces 2 villages. And also, it could be better to include a summary table describing, put in the summaries for the number of focus group discussions conducted and as well as in-depth interviews. So this will provide some background information for the reader to put study findings in the context. So I believe that is important. And also to discuss methods used in the qualitative data analysis. As of now, it was not clear how these qualitative data are analyzed. I know there were some of the findings are based on only observations, but it's still some, if you can include some of the direct codes to highlight some of the key findings in the paper. For the discussion and the finding sections, I would suggest to use baseline information if it is available. For example, the paper mentions that crop diversification index is higher after the project intervention among these smallholder collectives, but there wasn't any discussion or information available how the situation before the project intervention. Even though we are not trying to build a causality here, it would be better to get some idea about to understand project outcomes better. And also when it comes to the crop diversification index, it shows that in the paper, women-led collectives show higher crop diversification indexes, but the reasoning behind it was not discussed. And as well as I found some of the paper findings can be substantiated by using the evidence from other countries in similar interventions. So given the nature of this paper, I think it would be good to include the discussion from other countries and the previous literature. So that is, those are my comments, and I believe they are useful in revising your paper further. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Tilani, for the long set of detailed comments. Thank you so much. Before we invite back Professor Mishra, there's an interesting point raised by the Professor Tilak. Can I give floor to Professor Tilak? This is basically about, is this the brown growth pathway that repeat it all over again? Professor Tilak, do you want to come in?
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Michiko. I think very interesting paper, but as I put in the question in a way, I have a conceptual sort of problem with it. The reason is that, we, as ADBI this morning was talking about it, that we need to look at this in the sustainability point of view, because sustainable intensification is it's a sort of a problematic concept. The reason is that intensification is the way we use more resources in our production function to get a higher output. We try to increase the input intensity. Right? That's where the intensification comes from. That if you have less resources, you bring in other resources to increase the productivity of that system. Of course, the entire concept of intensification came at a time you were focusing only on ground development. We were not considering the externalities. But when you consider the externalities, then that production output has a lower social value. There were markets, basically the input providers who are providing the inputs to intensify your output from the land do not bear the cost of that intensification. Therefore, how do we resolve this? Some of the ACIR meetings, I have raised this issue as well. But there are some sectors who benefit from the approach. And currently there is a huge, Tilani can add to that, huge discussion in Sri Lanka, where the government decided to basically ban fertilizer imports because of those externalities. Of course, the production system has been geared to use fertilizer intensive varieties, then farmers lose their entire livelihood. Okay, I just want to raise this issue to get the feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is very fundamental issue, not just for this particular paper, I guess, and also in the Q&A comment box, there is one question regarding about this impact on land ownership policy. Okay, with that big setup of this question raised, now we'd like to invite back the Professor Mishra to address.
Thank you so much. Very, very useful and interesting comments from both Professor Tilak and Ms. Tilani. I just start with what Professor Tilak talked about. Yes, I mean, there is always a conflict, and that's what I have pointed out in, I think, the very last slide, that the challenge is here to balance inclusion and sustainability. In fact, in this project, our prime objective was to focus more on inclusiveness, but at the broader boundary of bringing in sustainability as well. But as I recognized in the very last slide, that this is a very typical challenge, that if we go for input intensification process, then there is always a threat to sustainability. Now, in the project, we have experimented some practices, like say solar-based irrigation, one. Second is, say for example, zero tillage farming. Third one is organic farming, though at a limited scale. Now the question is, say for example, organic farming, the cost of cultivation is relatively higher. So the question here is, how can small and marginal farmers afford to do that? Second, even if they do that, the price of the produce will be higher, and whether they can have enough market for that. So these are definitely some of the critical challenges. So the objective, we can see it in this way, that okay, in the short run, maybe the focus may be larger on inclusiveness, but in the long run, once certain inclusiveness is achieved, the issue of sustainability can be focused on. But again, I have also recognized, and what Professor Tilak said, definitely this is a critical challenge, how to balance the two, inclusiveness versus sustainability. At the same time, there is other challenge also, and that relates to the point raised by Ms. Tilani, that is enough incentive. So farmers, small and marginal farmers, already the scale of farming is low, and if they don't have enough incentive to survive, then continuation in farming may be questioned. That may not be very sustained one, and then intensification process may also be constrained. So how to get enough incentive, particularly when we see evidences of main workforce in particular migrating to different parts of the country. Even some of them from that study area migrate to Bhutan, Nepal, means to the other countries also. So this is one. One is geographical migration and then occupational shift. So both are evident, particularly when there are options. And in the process, what happens? This actually gives some larger space for women farmers to be engaged in the farming process. And that is what we have seen in our study villages. And that links to the other question or other point raised by Ms. Thilani. That is why the extent of diversification is higher, particularly in the collectives that are headed by women. We did one experiment, and what we have seen, say for example, male members, they basically prefer to cultivate potato because they can get the return in bulk in one go. Whereas women members, they prefer to cultivate other types of vegetables. And interestingly, they also prefer to cultivate chili. The reason is that chili can be harvested repeatedly, and that can give continuous flow of income to the household. So when the male member of the family is away and women have the scope to take the decisions, and when they are heading the collectives, they often, we have seen, prioritize nutrition because they need to provide food to the kids. So they prioritize nutrition, they prioritize some regular flow income, unlike when the male members are taking the decision when they prefer bulk return. So this is possibly the reason. Again, what we have seen subsequently, looking at the returns, the male members have also changed their farming practices. Like as I was pointing out, in some cases, the male farmers have also preferred to cultivate high value cash crop like say broccoli. But again, the challenge is getting the market at the local level. So the issue is very complex. What we have basically tried to do in this project, we have tried to understand the process through repeated engagement and interactions with the farmers and other stakeholders. We have basically tried to map the change, the process of change. And then definitely it basically combines the suggestions, observations of both Ms. Thilani and Professor Tilak in respect of making it more inclusive, at the same time, not to compromise with the issue of sustainability. So probably larger interventions are required, like in respect of rainwater harvesting. The study villages that we have selected for this project are located in northern West Bengal. And we have selected these two villages because some earlier interventions were made through the sister project in these two study villages. And we have similar, largely similar agroclimatic conditions vis-a-vis the study villages in Bangladesh. So the issue here is the process has started, but again, the challenge is balancing three dichotomies or conflicts. One is inclusion versus sustainability. Second is crop diversification versus cluster development, which is very, very important for creating identity. Say, for example, in West Bengal, there are certain zones that are known for certain crops that identifies that particular zone, and huge cluster is created. So traders are automatically attracted. A small farmer cannot afford to bear the high transaction cost and opportunity cost to take low volume of produce to the market. And then there are certain restrictions and constraints, or I would say entry barriers in the market also. Because there are intermediaries, there are wholesalers, there are large sellers in the market. So issue here is basically to address three types of conflicts or trade-offs: inclusion versus sustainability, crop diversification versus cluster development, and then nutrition sensitive agriculture, which may be very important for women farmer, versus high value cash crop. So how to prioritize and how to balance? And in that case, we have just developed this bioeconomic modeling, and we have published also the paper based on this bioeconomic modeling. Probably some such technology-led intervention tools would guide the farmers to take the decisions in a better way. Nevertheless, resolving the conflicts that I talked about, including the issue of sustainability, would also be very, very important. And then I would just get back to the question that is on land policy, land ownership policy. Yes, this has very, very significant implication, particularly in context of West Bengal, because West Bengal has been very, very successful in land reforms. And in the process, what has happened, landholding size has decreased, and the state has many, I mean, very, very high proportion of small and marginal farmers. One is larger population, I mean, high degree of population density. On the other hand, successful implementation of the land reform program. And in the process, landholding size has gone down. In this particular study, that is why we have focused on small and marginal farmers in context of West Bengal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's really a valid point that you made for the inclusiveness, that importance, and also there may be potential conflict with the sustainability pathways. And I think it's a very complex issue. And just to mention that from my investment side, the aggregation or the inclusion of the smallholder farmers, women farmers into the commercial value chain, where that the increasing the investment into the farmer organizations, FPOs in India, and in their capacity building. It's a very, very serious amount of money just invested in there in that sphere, is including the introducing their sustainable crop practices, the cultivation, but also we're starting with this, not really brown pathway per se, but we're looking at the low-hanging fruit, which is the substantial waste because of this caused by the mismatch of the suppliers and also the demand of the markets. I think you made the valid point of with the example of broccoli. There's a lot of the producers out there without knowing what the market demands is and without knowing the quantity of the market they can absorb. And then so we're addressing this starting with the Maharashtra. We haven't really been to the West Bengal for this APOs capacity building. This is a very valid point. And then when we talk about this fertilizers and all this chemical inputs and so forth, our private sector investment is really serious about introducing alternative biotech, the more sustainable technology. And then the question again is the challenge here is that as Professor Mishra mentions, that the cost of that and utilization of it and it leading to the sustainable sort of cultivation all across the value chain. That's a big challenge still, but there's a lot of investment going to that sphere. And then Professor Tilak, you might not see this brown turn into green all of a sudden, but it's a long pathway, and we would like to get ourselves engaged into this interesting conversation moving forward. With that, I think we are very, very over time, but I don't know about you, and you can blame me.
May I come in just for a very quick
yes,
point?
Very quick. Yes,
yeah,
please.
Yeah, you are right, absolutely. I mean, it requires huge investment. So we are also exploring some self-sustained model at the local level. Like, as I said, I mean, having more collectives and then creating a cluster of collectives and formation of farmer-producer organization in the process, which can subsequently be converted into farmer-producer company, which can be more self-sustained vis-a-vis relying on government funding.
Yes, that's exactly a lot of people are aiming forward, and our investment is going forward as well. So with that, I think you can blame on me for the old extension of the 30 minutes delay, and my apology for this encroaching into your precious lunchtime. But with I had a lot of fun just learning a lot from you and a participant. Thank you very much for the lively discussion. With that, hand the microphone over to Dil. Dil, are we ready to close?
Actually, yeah, Michiko-san, I think you could give a few words and close the session.
Well, that was my few words. There's a lot of investment and interesting, relevant issues discussed, but it's that we need to fill in a little bit of gap about this from the perspective of policymakers and in the ongoing policy discussions, as well as the investment in the specific area highlighted, be it the social safety net kind of the policies, and also the sustainability sort of the policy, low carbon policy. There's a lot of gap in the steps sort of what needs to happen in a specific context, a region or country, if it's possible at the project level. Then we have a lot of vehicles to turn that into action or policy reform dialogues. I think starting from the water, we're not giving up on this. Actually, there's a lot of my bosses is saying, look, you're barking on the very wrong tree. You're not going to achieve any reforms in your foreseeable future. Maybe, but it's a just discussion, and coming from the evidence and also thorough policy analysis and evidence built from the field can help help build the good sort of the argument for changing this dynamics of this transitional economies in Asia. And I think it's very, very valid comments was made, and valid at the point papers coming along. And also looking forward to the publication of the revised policy papers, or the publication. I think I noticed a deal. You're the major. You're touching upon many of the papers. So we are expecting a lot from you and your team. And thank you very much for your participation today.
Thank you so much, Michiko-san. We're grateful for your chair. We really appreciate you took time despite your busy schedule. I know you had a meeting. You canceled that meeting and decided to attend our conference. That was so kind of you, and it shows how interested you are in these kind of issues. And that's what we want from ADB, like to be very closely engaged with policymaker academicians who are working in this area. And thank you so much. I'd also like to thank all the presenter, the discussions. They have really done a brilliant job. I think they have really worked hard. I have seen such a vibrant discussion. So for that, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks. Thank you so much, everyone. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.